Good evening. Can you all hear me? Okay. Yesterday, I think Nitin sir took a session where he must have briefed you about the XAT pattern. And as you're aware that in XAT, there are three scoring sections. Even though there are four sections in all, there are three scoring sections. One is verbal, and the other one is voice. What happened to the voice? Am I audible to all of you? Nikita, there is some problem at your end. Can you please check? Am I audible to you, Nikita, now? Increase the volume on your laptop or desktop. Okay, so you know that there are total of there are three scoring sections: verbal, and then you have decision making, and then you have quant. You also know that you get a total of 3 hours for the XAT paper. Out of these 3 hours, 15 minutes, the last 15 minutes are for the fourth section of GK, the scores of which are not counted for the percentile. So roughly in around 165 minutes, you have to solve around 74 to 75 questions. Okay, and good thing in that is that there is no sectional time limit. You can move back and forward from one section to another section. You can move as many times as you want. You must be aware about this, right? There's one full section on decision making where they will give you around 21 to 24 questions. Ideally, generally they give you 21, 22 questions. There have been few years where they have taken the number of questions to 26 as well. Okay, so what happens is that you get around 21 to let's say 24 questions in decision making, and even though decision making is lengthy, because the cases that they give you, the reading that you have to do, it takes a lot of time. But this is one section where you can really score. Okay, because they're not very difficult. They are pretty simple. Decision making questions are pretty simple. Many times decision making questions will also have sometimes they will also test you on your logical reasoning, data interpretation skills. There are some questions that will require some mathematical calculations under decision making. Okay, and you'll see that with practice, if you practice, let's say if you attend 10, 12 sessions of decision making, then very easily you'll get a hang of things. It is pretty scoring. This is one area which is very, very scoring. The only thing is that it requires a lot of reading. That's it. They'll ask you one question and then they will give you a case that will be one full page long. That is the problem with decision making. Okay. Now, in decision making, what can you expect? Decision making questions, they will be a mix of behavioral, managerial, and mathematical questions. Okay, when we come across mathematical questions, if we come across such a question in decision making which requires mathematics, we will call in Nitin sir. He'll help you with those questions. I'll tackle more of behavioral and managerial decision making questions. So these questions, they are not really a test of your theoretical knowledge. They just challenge your assumptions and your way of thinking, and they also like to find out whether you are able to understand real world problems that are presented as cases in these questions. Okay, I told you that the mathematical, is there a problem with the voice? Okay, you will need to Arpita check at your end because I'm audible to everyone. There are some questions that are mathematical in nature. You can regard these questions as more of data interpretation or logical reasoning. you can solve these questions to a certain extent using the techniques which you have adopted for these areas. So in the way you solve DI questions and LR questions, similarly, there are some questions in decision making which you can solve using the same techniques. Okay. But please keep in mind that decision making questions, they are generally very data intensive and they require in-depth analysis. So you will have to quickly scan through the problem, and you should only solve it if they appear to be manageable within a decent amount of time. We don't want you to waste 10 minutes on one particular question. Okay, so sometimes they can be very time consuming, they can be very, very lengthy also. Now, the interesting questions are generally behavioral and managerial questions. Now, why they are interesting? They're interesting because in decision making, there is nothing black and white. There is no correct answer. There is no wrong answer. We actually cannot talk about extremes. There is no right and wrong. Okay, so there is no fixed formula. Generally, you will be provided a situation in which there would be multiple courses of action, or there would be multiple fallouts of a particular action. So there can be multiple things that you can do, or there can be multiple consequences. And what you will have to do is that you are supposed to identify the correct path or analysis that that question requires. Most of the times, these questions will pose ethical, management, human resources related dilemmas, which you are expected to address and solve. Because these are situations which you will face on a daily basis as a business manager. Okay, as a business manager, these are situations which you will face on a daily basis. So these questions are nothing but they are a combination of critical reasoning and reading comprehension questions. So they test you on your critical reasoning, logical reasoning, as well as reading comprehension skills. Any doubt here till now? Fairly simple. Yeah, okay. Now, see, I've told you that decision making, remember that decision making process involves a different kind of logic. It is not rule based. There is no fixed rule that this is the rule. Whenever you are in a situation, you have to apply this rule. No, it is not rule based. Okay. Actually, it is based on logic, right? It is based on logic, and it will help you make actual practical decisions in work or business. So don't look for always correct answer, always incorrect answer. These generally they do not happen. There's a lot of subjectivity involved. The questions that you will see, they would actually be hypothetical questions related to a hypothetical situation. Okay, so they will give you a set of options. There would be various methods in which the problem can be resolved. And like I said, the nature of the case study can vary. It can be based on ethics. It can be based on business processes. But at the end of the day, you will have to make a decision and you will have to take care of all aspects of the problem that is posed by the situation. Now, one big problem in decision making is that there is so much material to read. There is so much material to read that we forget what is the demand of the question. Remember, you have to address the question. There are so many things that may be relevant, but if they do not address the question, then it becomes immaterial. So many people, what happens is that sometimes when the case study is lengthy, they become so engrossed in the finer details or the details of that particular case study that they do not pay attention to the question. And that is something which proves disastrous. So always keep a track what the question is all about. Okay. Now there are some resources if you have the time, if you would like to read some material. Over here, there are some resources which you can use, which will help you in better making decisions. Okay, skillsyouneed.com. Can I copy? Okay, no, I cannot copy it. I cannot copy it. I cannot copy it means there is no option to copy this. Yeah, please. If you would like to write. Yeah, skills you need. You must umassd.edu, managementstudyguide.com, and Harvard Business Review. How many of you read Harvard Business Review? Sometimes, okay. Sometimes, okay. You read Harvard Business Review, okay. Yeah, because Harvard Business Review, some of the articles, they are absolutely out of this world. There are some articles that are absolutely out of this world. In fact, I remember when I was pursuing MBA, then there was an article on the railroads. Why is it that the railroads did not survive? Okay, why is it that railroads did not survive? Because uh, that question, that was an article we read in a strategy session. Because the answer was that the railroads, they actually they did not define the business properly. They did not define the business properly. If suppose, let us say, I am Sony Pictures, okay, if I'm Sony Pictures and I define my business as making movies, then I'm not going to last for long. My business is not railroads in India. This case study was railroads in the US. Okay, but however, it was railroads in general, so it is valid all over the world. So actually, the crux of that case study was that the railroads did not survive because when they were making the business statement hota hai, it is so important. Who makes the business statement? People who devise the strategy. Okay, the top management, when they are I mean, what kind of strategy to devise will actually depend on what is the business statement. So, for example, let us say I am the CEO of Sony Pictures. If my business statement is that I actually want to make movies, then I'm not going to survive for long. Why? Because my business statement is not addressing the need that I'm catering to. Are you getting this? Did you understand? So we were taught that when you define your business and accordingly you align your strategies and accordingly make arrangements for finances and you market your product. So you are actually rather than being product focused, you need to be need focused. So rather than Sony Pictures saying that we are in the movie business, they should say we are in the entertainment business, because the need that they are satisfying is entertainment. Okay, and railroads. This is the reason why they actually they have now a stiff competition from other forms of transportation, because they did not actually define themselves according to the needs that they cater to. Okay, this is something that was taught to us through that article, that case study, which had appeared in Harvard Business Review. So it is a good source. It is a good source, and you should, whenever you get time, you still have a month. It's on 5th of January. That 2020 is on 5th of January. So you have a month. So even if you can read 10, 15 case studies, I think that might help. And reading case studies from Harvard Business Review is something that you should do on a continuous basis. If you are not able to read it, let's say weekly, at least read 2, 3 articles a month, at least. these are some resources, and then it comes in a newspaper. Which newspaper, Damini? Which newspaper? Are you asking me the question or are you telling me? I have not seen it in any newspaper. In Hindi, in Dainik Bhaskar. Oh, I was not aware. I don't read Dainik Bhaskar, so I was not aware. Probably, probably. But then, even if it appears in the Dainik Bhaskar, I think it will be curtailed. You would get an abridged version then. Okay. And then when you translate things from the English to the Hindi, then lots of things, they actually get distorted. So my advice would be that you take a library membership, whichever city you are living in. I think कोई ना कोई library तो जरूर होगा वहाँ पर. If you live in a metro city, हाँ आप से कर लो. Metro city में American libraries हैं. For example, in Delhi we have the American library, so you can take membership of the American library. Pune, actually my college library. Pune तो मेरा college library था, so I am not aware of any outside library. So I had access to material in my college, yes, Symbiosis. So SIBM, SIMB नहीं, SIBM. Okay. So I think even in your college, if you are studying, then even in your college you would have access to all this material. Or you can take membership of any good library. Or these days, what is the need for for going to libraries? You have apps. You can download articles. You can download lots of articles. Okay, but I'm sure in your MBA they will make you read case studies from Harvard Business Review. That's a sure. That's a surety. Right. Now, how exactly will we solve decision-making questions? Damini, what are you saying? Make post articles to means? They will make you post articles. That is what you're trying to say? They will make you post articles. Yes, they will make you post articles, but I don't think Harvard Business Review is going to accept your article unless it is absolutely earth-shattering. Yes, everybody can submit articles. Okay, so when in college, okay, in college, yes, yes, you will have to submit articles. In fact, they would give you case studies in strategy sessions when you are pursuing that particular subject called management strategy. So how is management strategy taught? कोई rule तो होता नहीं है strategy का. There's no rule. So how is strategy taught? Strategy is taught through case studies. Yeah. So they will provide you case studies, and then the professor will give you some time. Probably he'll give you a day. Sometimes you have, let's say, 4-hour sessions. Then he will give you a case study, and then he'll give you 4 hours to solve it. And then you'll have to present your strategy. Okay. So now let's come to solving decision-making questions. Now, decision-making questions, it's important. There are 5 steps that you need to follow. One is that you need to read the case study. Okay. Now, reading the case study, why is this written over here? Because it's important. Because there's so much to read that it's important you remain focused on the relevant points. So when you read the case study, be focused on the relevant points, get a basic understanding, assimilate and correlate the facts, and pay attention to the nuances. There's going to be a lot of irrelevant information there, just to increase the length and to increase the complexity. So pay attention to relevant facts. always try to put yourself in the shoes of the people who are involved in that case study. So cases can be very long, they can have many facts to analyze, and especially when you are in a constricted time period, in stress situations like exams, it becomes difficult. It becomes difficult to look at all the factors. So you should focus on getting an overview while reading the case. Reading the case study properly is important. Don't skip anything. Don't skip anything. Skipping and skimming is something that does not work. At your level, it does not work. Probably when we were in class 10 and 12th, it could work. But now at your level, skipping and skimming, these kind of things do not work. Okay. Also, it's very important that you read the question, because many case studies will have more than one question. That is why it is important not to get lost in the details. You need to understand what exactly is being asked. You may have understood the case study perfectly, but if you misunderstand the question, then everything will fall. So read the question properly, read it slowly, because that is what is going to get you marks. So this is the second thing which you need to do. Third is you have to analyze the options very, very carefully. Remember, I've told you that the options are not right or wrong. They're not going to be absolute black or white. There will always be differing shades of gray. You will see that all of them would be applicable. Many times, all of them would be applicable. But then still you have to pick the best shade. From among the options, which one is the best one? All of them probably would be valid. Okay? Remember, all options, including the wrong ones, will be framed keeping in mind that they are relevant to the situation which is explained in the case study. However, there will be certain and most probably very subtle differences between them, and that is why when you read every option, you have to take note of these differences and you have to strike the right balance. So different people, because different people have different perspectives. Remember, different people have different perspectives. Different people come from different backgrounds. So different people can, select different options. They will have different reasons. So why are we having these sessions? Even though decision making कोई बहुत difficult topic नहीं है, why are we having these sessions? So that we can discuss different opinions, and through these discussions we can understand that okay, in this situation I think this makes more sense than what I am, what I think. I actually never thought of it from this angle. No, it's not related to some person's psychology. No, absolutely not. But your psychology, Nikita, will actually play a role. You will see your psychology will play a role. Okay. And when you analyze the options, you will have to eliminate the options also. You will have to narrow down to the most sensible option. You will have to keep in mind your analysis of the case study and the questions that are asked, and you'll go through the options trying to look for points that are less agreeable in comparison to other options. Okay, so there are many things which can make an option seem worthy of elimination. What are things because of which we can eliminate options? These are things which we will elaborate later in the presentation. And finally, once you have made your selection, then you have to verify your answer, check whether it seems to fit the bill. Okay, place it in the case study and see whether it's working or not working. This is what you need to do, and this is what we do whenever we have to solve any kind of question. So these are the 5 steps that you need to keep in mind. Okay, I'll start with a very simple one. I'll start with a very simple case study. Let's see what exactly are your feelings. Now, one question that many people ask what happens is that in many situations, uh, there are two options that are very close in decision making. Both the options are very good, but problem is that one is practical and the other one, even though it may not seem practical, it is the more ethical one. So what do you think? If you have to make a choice, if you have to make a choice between one that is practical and one that is ethical, what will you select? Okay, you're saying ethical. Nikita is saying practical. Okay, practical. Arpita is saying practical. So see, different people have different opinions. Huh? Different people have different opinions. But actually, even though there is no hard and fast rule, okay, even though there is no hard and fast rule, but for the past 3-4 years, that has been providing us with the answers for decision making questions for the past few years. Okay, and based on those answers, we can understand that in a situation where you have to make a choice between an option which is ethical and practical, they always select options that are ethical. Okay, they always select options that are ethical. So from here we can understand that ethical, it is always better to be ethical. Ethical scores over practical. Remember that. Is this clear? Okay, so let's see a very simple case study from that 2008. What does it say? Seema was a finance manager in an MNC and felt that gender discrimination at the workplace hampered her career growth. Frustrated, she quit the job and started a new company. While starting her company, she decided that she would have equal proportion of males and females. Over the last 6 years, Seema emerged as a very successful entrepreneur and expanded her business to 8 locations in the country. However, Seema recently started facing an ethical dilemma because she realized that female employees were not willing to travel across cities and work late hours, as the work required them to do so. Male employees did not hesitate undertaking such work. Seema started to feel the pressure of reducing the proportion of female employees. On the other hand, she's aware that equal representation was one of the strongest reasons for her to have founded the company. Okay, very simple. Now the question is, what should she do as a conscientious female entrepreneur? Remember, the question is telling you what she should do as a conscientious female entrepreneur. Means she will not look at this problem only from the angle of an entrepreneur. She has to also look at it from an angle of a conscience. ये दोनों एंगल से देखना पड़ेगा. She'll have to look at it from both the angles. Okay. So what do you think? All of you have marked number 1. Okay. So very simple, very quickly. Let's see. Very quickly, let's analyze this case study, and then we'll come to the answer. We know that Seema quit her job because the reason was she faced gender discrimination in the company. What did she do after that? She founded a new company and she based it on the principle of equal representation of men and women. Remember, there is no other reason for Seema to start her own company. So the reason is that because she faced gender discrimination, she quit her job and she started a company, and the principle was equal representation. Her company was very successful. It spread to other locations. For 6 years, there were no issues. Okay. Now recently, some issues have started. Female employees are unwilling to work late hours or travel across cities, which is an important requirement at work, while their male counterparts do not hesitate in undertaking such work. Okay. Now, the only problem with the female employees is that they're unwilling to work late hours or travel across cities. There is no other thing. There is the case study does not specify any other criteria in which the female employees are found lacking. That means they can be, as far as talent is concerned, as far as hard work is concerned, they're as good as the male employees. There's only one reason why female employees are unwilling, and that is because of late hours and traveling across cities. Now, Seema is under pressure because she's running a successful business enterprise. She is under pressure to reduce the proportion of female to male employees because she has to think as a business person now. But the problem is that when she does this, she will be going against the reason for which she had envisioned founding a new company. Okay, so we can safely, from all this, we can safely assume that Seema originally had faced the same problem that her female employees will face if she decides to reduce the proportion of female employees. Yes or no? Only one thing clearly stands out. One thing is that while Seema did not complain at all about the nature of her work, what did Seema do? She quit the job. She did not complain at that time. She quit the job. But her employees are complaining. That is the only difference. Otherwise, there is no other difference. So based on this, let's see. The question says, what should Seema do as a conscientious female entrepreneur? So two things which you need to note is the use of the word conscientious. It means acting according to your conscience or principles. And second is that she is a female entrepreneur. So she is an entrepreneur also, and she has to act according to conscience also. And these two are actually in conflict. As an entrepreneur, she knows anybody who's not willing to undertake the job should be fired. Why are you going to keep people who are not willing to do jobs? Very simple. As an entrepreneur, तो बहुत आसान है solve करना है problem. But then she has to make a consensus decision also, and that therein lies the conflict. Yes or no? Okay. Then let us analyze the options. Option number one says, let's see if unwilling female employees could be given assignments which do not require travel and involve less overtime. What does this mean? This implies that no restructuring in hiring that will impact the sex ratio is being done. You are simply reallocating work among existing employees in such a way that male employees get assignments which involve travel and late hours, while female ones get assignments that do not involve these two things. And only those who are unwilling. She'll not keep out female employees who are willing. So this looks like a good answer, but what about option number two? Reduce the number of female employees because it is a business requirement. She should not let anything affect her business. So reducing the number means only one thing, that the female employees who refuse such assignments should be asked to leave the company. Yes or no? There is no mention of reducing the proportion that could have implied hiring more males. So reduce the number of employees means that you will have to reduce number of females. We know that. Okay. Number third, let the status quo continue. This option says that actually if you let this happen, then you are assuming that the dilemma, which is currently a dilemma, will cease to be a dilemma later. You just have to wait and watch. Don't do anything. And number four, henceforth, hire only male employees. So when you do this, then you increase the number of males so that proportion of females over males is reduced. However, when you do this, what happens? Equal representation is not there. If the proportion of males increases, then what happens? Equal representation of males and females is not there in the company, and that was the reason why she started the company, right? So, you are tinkering with the ratio. So this also can be problematic, and she should close the business. What do you think? After 6 years of hard work and commitment, is this the reason why she should close the business? This is too extreme. Too extreme a step. Out of these options, yes, out of these options, I think the best one is the first one. This is the strongest answer because it is a perfect middle path. It is a perfect middle path. Why? Because it does not reduce proportion of female employees, which is in accordance with her belief system, and also it helps her streamline her company's work processes by optimizing the workload on employees based on personal preferences, and that is why this is the best answer as of now. Okay, reducing number of female employees is going to be very extreme in nature. It is not the right choice because actually it will go against the principles on which she formed this business. So option number 2 also is not right. Option number 3, maintaining status quo. In most of the cases, maintaining status quo is definitely not the right choice. Remember, in 99% of the situations, if there's an option which says let the status quo continue, then you can be certain that that cannot be the answer because it is nonsensical. If the situation had to be dealt with in this manner, then it wouldn't have been a situation to begin with. Yes or no? So if a situation is there, that means you need to do something about it, not just sit there and not do anything. Yes, it's like running away from the problems. But again, Nikita, I'm telling you, most of the cases, letting the status quo continue is not correct. But then you never know. You can come across a situation. You can come across a situation where, when you analyze it, then you get the feeling that the best thing is to not do anything. That can be the possibility. Yes, always remain open to that. Hiring only male employees again is, even though it's not as extreme as option number 2, but again, what happens is that it is in direct conflict with SEMA's principles. Okay, it is a direct conflict with SEMA's principles on which she founded this company, and that is why it will not be a consensus decision. And of course, she should close the business is again running away from the problem. This is absurd. Just because a problem has appeared does not mean that you run away. Mohit, what are you saying? Pink ball test succeeded or not? We cannot say anything. Yes. As of now, we can't say. Okay? Yes. Puneet, but isn't it compromising with work, the first one? अब देखो यही question है. Is it compromising? Is there a compromise? What she's doing is that she's reallocating the work. Okay? She's reallocating the work. Those female employees who are unwilling, they will not be given those assignments. They would not be given these assignments. Okay? And these assignments would be given to the men because men and male employees, they do not hesitate undertaking such work. He clearly mentioned it. It's not discrimination. No, it's not discrimination. Nobody's forcing them. Nobody's forcing them. Okay. Nobody's forcing them. Okay. So probably if male employees, No, they will not get more burden. Remember, they will not get more burden if they are given, for example, if they are given traveling work, then earlier whatever work they were given, they would that those work would be given to the female employees. Okay, so we are just reallocating work. Number one is right because we are just reallocating work based on personal preferences. That's it. Puneet, what are you saying? They are not productive. Who are not productive? Who are not productive? Unwilling females. No, how can you say they are not productive? In fact, there is no other drawback mentioned over here. These female employees, the only problem they are facing is that they can't work long hours, and second, they cannot travel. This case study does not say anything about they not being, productive. They may be more productive than the male employees. How do you know? If the work requires travel and late hours, but Puneet, remember, ऐसा तो नहीं है कि every single work will require travel and late hours. नहीं, this is a company. Company में बहुत सारा work है. There's a lot of work. So those female employees who are unwilling, they can be given work that does not require long hours and travel. What is the harm? Nobody is forcing anybody to do anything. If a male also does not want to work long hours and does not want to travel, then he will not take it. Where is it mentioned in the answer that we will force male employees to take these assignments? It's just telling you that unwilling female employees will be given assignments that do not require travel and involve less overtime. That's it. And in fact, he has mentioned it clearly that male employees do not hesitate undertaking such work. That means if you give them the work, then they will not hesitate. So I think number one is the best way to handle this matter. Okay. Okay. It is better than the rest. Yes, it is better than the rest. Even though it may not be the best. See, I told you, it's not always black and white. You will never find best. Remember, CAT, that in these examinations, there's never a best answer. Why? What is the reason? Best क्यों नहीं होता कभी भी? Why do you have to make do with whatever you have? Why? What are they doing? Because in life, or I mean, in real business situations in life, things are not going to be best. You can't just wait for the best time and the best product and the best situation. ऐसा होने वाला नहीं है. Whatever situation you are in, whatever you have, just improvise and work with it. Remember that. Yes, you will have to work according to the situation. So people who keep looking for best, perfect, I don't think they can crack, CAT exact. CAT exact तो छोड़ो, real life भी problematic हो जाएगा. Whatever is there, you have to make do with that. उसके साथ काम करो ना. ऐसे तो मैं बोलूं, oh, wish I had this market, this big market, I had this big advertisement budget, and I wish I had these many customers. You keep wishing, nothing is going to happen. Whatever you have, you will have to work with that. Absolutely. That is why these examinations, they always see whether you can make out what is the best from the given options. Given option में सबसे ज़्यादा कौन सा अच्छा है? That is what you need to check. Okay. So see, although option number one will be difficult to implement, it may be difficult to implement, it still provides the best middle path because it helps to accommodate both conflicting sides of the situation. It may not be easy, but still it is the best situation from the given ones. Okay, is this clear? Simple one, very, very simple. Right. Now let us come to the next question. No, the next thing which I want to discuss. What are the reasons because of which you can eliminate options? If there is any option which is unclear in its meaning, it is written in a vague way. It is written in such a way that you cannot understand what it's trying to say. Then that is the reason why you can eliminate that option. Generally, these options, they would be minimally worded. They would be generally on the right path, but they would be of unclear nature. Okay, so they will probably they will generally be short options. They would be minimally worded. So when you actually interpret it, you will not really understand the meaning hota kya hai. Okay. Second, if any option is very severe by nature, then again stay away from extremes. Extremes, anything that is exaggerated, anything that is extreme, it's better that you stay away from it. So extreme options always see the situation in terms of black and white and will support one end of the spectrum without thinking about the other. So let's not try to unbalance the entire equation. We'll have to, strike a balance. We'll have to strike a balance. Generally, we should stay away from extreme options. Generally. So options which are unclear in their meaning, options which are severe by nature, we should stay away. Plus, you will see that many times there are two options that are saying the same thing but in two different ways. When you interpret them, they mean the same. Okay, now two options that mean the same is one of the most repeated tricks in the question maker's bag of tricks to fool the test taker. They will word it differently worded honge, but it is nothing more but a duplicate option. Okay, they will just give it a new look. So when you actually analyze it, then you'll understand, oh, this is the same thing. Both to ek hi cheez raha hai. So if there are two options which are saying the same thing, we know that we can eliminate both the options. Both the options can be eliminated because the question cannot have two correct answers. And this you will see a lot of times it will happen. Plus, I've already told you, any option which is complacent by nature, complacent means maintain status quo. Okay, don't do anything. जैसा है वैसे ठीक है. So, generally options that are complacent by nature, generally options that ask you to maintain status quo, then they will actually be wrong. You will have to put an effort. Okay, even though there are some exceptions, but generally, if an option is asking you not to do anything, then I don't think that should ideally be correct. Okay. Complacent means you maintain status quo. You maintain status quo. That means you don't do anything. जो चीज जैसा है वैसे रहने दो. Don't do anything. Complacent का मतलब क्या होता है? You're satisfied. You're happy with what you have. Okay. So an option which is complacent by nature asks you to let things continue the way they are going. But when you analyze it, you will realize how redundant such an action would be. Because why did you ask a question when you do not need an answer? Case study रखा क्यों जब वो आंसर चाहिए नहीं? Okay, so please understand. Generally, when you have to maintain status quo, then it cannot be the answer. However, exceptions are there. However, there can be situations where you will have to maintain status quo. Okay. Okay. Some options can be hollow. They can be beyond the purview of the question asked. Hollow and beyond the purview of the question asked means that these options, they will talk about something else. The case study will talk of a particular situation while the option will talk of some other situation. Okay. So case study will talk about, let's say, matter X. The question is related to matter X. This option will talk about matter Y. So it's hollow. It does not address the question. And sometimes options are isolated from the question and data given. Okay, so sometimes what happens is that some options are there which is absolutely out of syllabus. It is kind of out of syllabus. These options, they discuss things which are not mentioned in the case study, which may be mentioned in the case study but not in the question asked. So ये दोनों जो है ना point number these last two points, sometimes you can have situations where they will give you an option which relates to the case study but does not answer the question. Sometimes they will give you an option which does not relate to the case study and does not answer the question. So in both the situations, it cannot be the answer. Okay. Is this clear? Anybody has any query here? These are things which you already know. Okay, these are things which you already know. बहुत general चीजें हैं. I've told you practical versus ethical. Okay, nothing in life is complete without its shares of complication. So remember that when it comes to decision making, if you have to make a choice between practical and ethical, then ethical, you should select an option which is more ethical. That is what this slide is trying to tell you. Here he tells you that over here he tells you if all logic fails and both options are flawlessly perfect, then the way to get out of this muddle is to choose the more ethical answer. However, before that, you have to make sure that these two are the only options that make sense. You have eliminated all the other options, and there is no other way in which you can solve this problem. There's only a question of ethics and practice. If you're stuck in two options on the question of ethics and practice, then it's always better to select an answer which is more ethical. Okay, so don't look left, don't look right, just mark it. But before you do that, you should note that before you do it, you have analyzed all the options thoroughly and tested them for all the things mentioned. Okay, I showed you one question. Let me show you a few more. Over here you can see this question again appeared in XAT 2008. Today I think most of the questions are from XAT 2008. Let's see, a database software manufacturing company found out that a product it has launched recently had a few bugs. The product has already been bought by more than 1 million customers. The company realized that bugs could cost its customers significantly. However, if it informs the customers about the bug, it feared losing credibility. What will be the most ethical option? Now the question is, what is the most ethical option for the company? What do you think? What is the most ethical option for the company? Practical to nahi hoga. It is not practical, but the most ethical would be to apologize and fix up the bug for all customers even if it has to incur losses. Now, number one may not be practical. Your losses may be more than your revenues. As a host, it's possible. Okay, I'm coming to number five. Please understand. I'm coming to number five. Okay, so number one, the most ethical thing would be that you apologize and you fix up that bug for all the customers. Now, number five a good strategy? You take the product off the market and you apologize to the customers. उससे क्या होगा? You have taken the product off the market, but the customers have already purchased it. They will suffer. Puneet and Nikita. Okay, from now on, you are not going to sell the product. From now on, you are not going to sell the product. But the question is that those customers who have already purchased it, they will suffer. Yes or no? So if you want to be ethical, it is important. It is important that those customers who have purchased your product, see, your product is not faulty. There is a bug. It's not that the entire product is faulty. So there is no need for you to take the product off the market. ऐसा नहीं है. We have seen in cars what happens in automobiles. Let us say there is a faulty airbag. Faulty airbag है. So what happens? These cars are recalled. The airbags are fixed. Fixed करके वापस दे देते ना. So rather than scrapping the entire thing, the product is not faulty. उसका एक the one part of that product is faulty. So I think it makes sense that you own up, you apologize, and you fix it. Whatever the cost, you are not asking the customers to bear any cost. At your cost, you fix up that bug for all the customers. I think that will make sense. But if you select number five, then you are not doing justice to those people who have already purchased the product. In fact, doing number five will actually make you lose your credibility. People will say that you are running away from the market. You sold a faulty product and now you are running away from the market. Okay? Yeah, you are not taking any action. Absolutely. Okay? So, next one. Any other option you think can be right? Question number 3. The city of Nagar has a population of 10 million. Okay? 2 million amongst whom were rich. 3 million poor and 5 million belong to the middle class. Saundarya Cosmetics manufactured and sold beauty product to rich class at a premium price. Its products were very popular with customers. Many people from the middle and poor segments of population aspired to buy these products but could not afford because of high prices. Of late, sales growth was stagnating in the rich segment. Which of the following is the best option for Saundarya Cosmetics to maximize long-term profits? So if this company wants to maximize long-term profits, what is going to be the best option? What should it do? Tell me. Okay. Nikita, you're saying number 1, sell the same product at lower prices to middle and poor classes. So इससे तो loss हो जाएगा ना? इससे तो loss हो जाएगा. This will result in a loss. Why? If you are selling the same products, ये quality products हैं. These are quality products. Okay. Now, if you are selling the same product, but then you're not charging the equivalent prices, then you will sell it at a loss. How to, please understand, Nikita, please understand, this product which this product actually, which costs 100 rupees, you are selling it for 150 rupees, right? To the rich people. The cost, the cost is 100, you are selling it for 150 to rich people, right? Now, what you're saying is sell the same product at lower prices. Lower prices में ये 100 rupees का product को 120 में बेचते हैं. Let us sell it at 120 to the middle class and the lower class people. So क्या हो गया? आपका profit तो कम हो गया ना? Earlier your profit was 50, now your profit is 20. You have to maximize long-term profits. Okay, what you're trying to say is that there are more number of people. Let's see. What do you think? No, wouldn't it be wrong with people of rich class? No, it's not wrong. You sell the same product at lower prices. So you have two different prices. What you're trying to say is that you have two different prices. One for the same product you are selling for a price for 150 to the rich people and 120 to the poor people. Is that what you're trying to say, Nikita? By the same company. अच्छा, what you're trying to say is that you lower it for everyone. You lower it for everyone. Is that what you're trying to say? हाँ, 120 to all the people. Now, अब यहाँ पे problem क्या हो जाएगा? What will happen is the moment you do this, then what will happen? That same product which carried a niche, or that was considered a niche product, then what will happen? It will become a common product. Absolutely, absolutely. It will become a common product. So what will happen? These people, they aspire to buy the products which are consumed by the rich people. They aspire to buy the products which actually are elite or niche products. If it becomes a common product, then are they going to aspire? Like Apple, yeah. But that depends on marketing. So if you market it, again, you will have to incur cost. If you market it, Nikita, then again you will have to incur cost. So how is it maximizing your long-term profits? It's okay, Nikita, if you're not satisfied, it's okay. Dimpy has given a very good example. If Jaguar is accessible to everybody, will it be luxurious vehicle? I'm getting your point. What you're trying to say, number of people, number of market of lower middle class and poor class, बहुत बड़ी market है. That is what you're trying to say. There are 8 million people in against 2 million. There are 8 million people. Yes or no? The market becomes very big. But please understand. Please understand that these are the products. ये products. Why are the lower class people and poor class people and middle class people aspiring for these products? Because they are used by the rich ones. If I make it a general product, अगर मैं उसको नीचे ले आऊं, will they aspire? That is what I'm trying to say. So it will lose its what do you call it? That niche quality. It will actually lose that charm. Okay. Okay. Now, why is number three? Why is number three? Let's see. Why is number three going to be any better? I'm not saying number three is the answer. Let us look at other options. What about number two? Sell the products under different brand names to middle and poor classes. Sell the products under different brand names. What do you think? Many companies use that. Okay. इससे क्या होगा? Sell the products under different brand names to middle and poor class. But problem is that यहाँ पे कोई price तो नहीं change किया आपने. You just change the brand name. It's not ethical. Okay. So why is it not ethical? Ethical तो है. You sell the products under the different brand names to middle and poor classes, but if you don't reduce the prices, they will not be able to afford it. It's not going to work. Number two is not going to work. Yes, it is ethical, but it is not going to work. These people will not be able to buy it, isn't it? Number three is saying you sell similar products. You sell similar products, but these products are of different quality standards. So if the quality standard is different, that means the cost is also different. You use different brand names, okay, and you target middle classes and poor classes. So what you do in number three is that you create an entirely new product that is targeted towards the middle class and the poor class. So your product, which which was sold to the rich class, it remains where it is. It remains where it is. Because there is stagnation in the rich segment, so now you can target the people who are in the middle classes and lower classes. You can use products that are similar, but yes, in order to reduce the prices, because you have to reduce the prices, you can change the quality standards, you can change the brand name. Okay, you're saying the main point here is quality, so we need to focus on that. Hence, we need to meddle with the quality. At the same time, we need to keep the cost in mind so that profits are made. Yes, that is what I'm saying. So number three looks good till now. Number three looks good. Nikita, you're saying I can buy Audi at 5 lakhs, and I know Audi costs 50 lakhs as well. Why would I still buy? Means? Yes, okay, you can buy, but then I think, see, please understand, please understand, please understand that if there is a car, 5 lakh car, and then there is a 50 lakh car, okay, they are actually targeting different customers. They are targeting different customers. उनका customer base ही different होने वाला है. So there is a company here, there is a company which is targeting both these segments. Okay, let us say it is targeting both these segments. This is the middle class and this is the high class. So a company wants to target both the segments. So for the middle class, they have launched a car for 5 lakhs, and for the high class, they have a car for 50 lakh rupees. How can the quality be same? How can the same thing be offered? It has to be different. It has to be different. Whereas number one says, sell the same products at lower prices. How is that possible? There has to be a difference. So just because I want to target the middle class, I will sell a 50 lakh car for 5 lakhs. Should I do that? Even though the middle class and the poor class, they are 8 million in comparison to just 2 million who are rich. That does not make sense. I'll have to make some changes in the quality. I think till now, number 3 is good. Third option is good. Till now. And number 4 will not work. If you continue to target only the rich, then we know that the rich segment is stagnating. You will not be able to maximize your long-term profits. And number 5 says you target the middle class as it is the largest segment and you forget about the rich class. You cannot forget about the rich class because this market is stagnating, but that does not mean that there is no market. Market to hai na? Probably today, I mean today 100% of your business is coming from this rich, from these 2 million rich people. But you know that it's not going to grow. It is not going to grow. There's no growth. Sales are not going to grow. Okay, so you cannot forget the rich class. If you want to increase sales, then you can target a new segment. And that is why I think number 3 is the best answer for question number 3. Okay. Please check if you still have doubts, we can discuss this. Is this clear? In the end. Okay. Number 4. Question number 4. You are a recruitment manager. You are interviewing Mayank, who is a hard-working young man who has problem in speaking fluent English. He has studied in vernacular medium school and colleges. So amongst the following options, what would you choose to do if your company has vacancies? What would you do? I would hire him at all costs. I would hire him for production or finance job, but not for marketing job, which requires good communication skills. Okay. But communication skills तो जरूरी नहीं English में ही हो ना? Probably he is lacking. He is not very fluent in English. Probably he will work. He can work in a market where Hindi is required. He does not have problems speaking Hindi. So no, I don't think number 2 will work. Number 2 will I don't think will work. Number 1 absolutely does not work. I will hire him at all costs is very extreme. I would ask him to improve his communication skills and come back. Okay. Now, see, please understand, every person, when you look at a person, then nobody is perfect. कोई ना कोई drawback तो होने वाला है. So just because there is one drawback, will you not hire him? No, no, that does not make sense. If that had been the criterion, one drawback had been the criterion, I think nobody in this world will get a job. Everybody will have some weak points. Okay, and probably because he's a hard-working man, probably the position for which he is applying does not require communication skills. ऐसा भी तो हो सकता है ना? So how can you ask him to come back, improve your communication skills and come back? This is not logical. These days, hardworking people are a rarity and you should not, let them go. So number 3 also I don't think will work. I will not hire him because he is a burden on the organization because of his poor communication. Just because somebody has poor communication does not mean that person is a burden. So the best thing to do is that you hire him for the job that he is good at, and you provide him training in some other area or in the other areas where he is lacking. So he is good at something, you hire him for that thing and provide training in other areas. Absolutely, I think this is the perfect solution. What do you think? Yeah, okay. Question number 5. Now, question number 5 to question number 10. It's a caselet. Okay. So we'll have to read. I think this is the last one that we will solve today. We'll read the entire thing and then we'll try to solve it. Mr. Rajiv Singhal, who is the chairman of the board of directors of Loha India Limited, a steel manufacturing company, has just been visited by several other directors of the company. The directors were upset with the recent actions of the company president Mr. Ganesh Thakur. They demanded that the board consider firing the president. Now, what exactly is the problem? Mr. Thakur, recently appointed as president, had undertaken to solve some of the management employees' problems by dealing directly with the individuals as often as possible. The company did not have a history of strikes or any other form of collective action and was considered to have good work culture. However, Mr. Thakur felt that by dealing directly with individuals, he could portray the management's concern for the employees. An important initiative of Mr. Thakur was to negotiate wages of the supervisors with each supervisor. In these negotiation meetings, he would not involve anyone else, including the personnel department, which reported to him, so as to take unbiased decision. After negotiation, a wage contract would be drawn up for each supervisor. This, he felt, would recognize and reward the better performers. Mr. Thakur successfully implemented the process for most of the supervisors except those working in the night shift. For them, he had drawn up the contracts unilaterally, benchmarking the wages of supervisors of night shift with that of supervisors of the day shift. Okay, did you understand? Anybody has any query? You would like to read it again? You can read it. Okay, so he's telling you what Mr. Thakur did. Then he says, for several days, Ram Lal, who is a night shift supervisor, had been trying to seek an appointment with Mr. Thakur about his wages. He was disgruntled, not only over his failure to see the president, but also over the lack of discussions about his wage contract prior to its being effected. As a family man with 6 dependents, he felt his weekly wage should be higher than that granted to him. Last Thursday afternoon, Ram Lal stopped by the president's office and tried to see him. Mr. Thakur's secretary refused his request on the grounds that Mr. Thakur was busy. Infuriated, Ram Lal stormed into the president's office and confronted the startled Mr. Thakur with his demands for a better wage. Mr. Thakur stood up and told Ram Lal to get out of his office and express his grievance through official channel. Ram Lal took a swing at the president, who in turn punched Ram Lal on the jaw and knocked him unconscious. So there was a fisticuff. There was a fight between the president and the night shift supervisor Ram Lal. Based on this case, question number 5. The most likely premise behind Mr. Thakur's initiative regarding individualized meetings with the supervisors seems to be. That is, what is the reason because of which Mr. Thakur took an initiative in holding individual meetings with the supervisors? That is the question. What do you think? What seems to be the reason? I have given you access to the previous slides as well. If you would like to go back and check anything, you can check. Yes, the most probable reason why Mr. Thakur is taking the initiative of individualized meetings with the supervisors, in fact, it's already stated there. It's mentioned that when the president is involved in wage problems of employees, then it leads to a better goodwill towards the management amongst the workers. I think it's already mentioned somewhere here. Okay. So Mr. Thakur felt that by dealing directly with individuals, he could portray the management's concern for the employees. This was the intention, and I think this is reflected in in option number 1. No, question number 5. Is it clear? Number 6. Question number 6. Out of the following, which one seems to be the most likely cause of Ram Lal's grievance? What is the reason behind Ram Lal's grievance? Yes, the reason behind his grievance is that because he was in the night shift, the president did not interact with him. Okay, his being in a night shift worked to his disadvantage because unlike the supervisors in the day shift, the president did not interact with the supervisors in the night shift. According to the wages established for the supervisors in the day shift, the president unilaterally, without discussion with the supervisors, he actually fixed the wages for those supervisors who worked in the night shift. And this was something which Ramlal did not like. And he wanted to interact with the management regarding his problems, but he could not interact. And this is the reason for his grievance. This is the cause. Number 2 is absolutely right. Any other option seems correct to you, we can discuss. 3 maybe. He was not allowed to meet the chairman of the board of directors of the company. This is a secondary reason. Yes. The first reason is he is not satisfied with the wages. And on top of that, he could not meet the in fact, ये mistake है. It is he wanted to meet the president and not the chairman of the board of directors of the company. ये भी गलत है. The word should have been president. He wanted to meet the president. Yes, ये भी एक mistake है यहाँ पे. But even if it had been the president, still number 3 would not have been as good as number 2. Okay, Nikita? Okay. Next one. Number 7. The most important causal factor for this entire episode could be, what is the causal factor? This entire episode happened because of what reason? What was the reason? Some of you have marked 5, some of you have marked 4. So what you're trying to say is that the reason why this entire episode happened is, if you mark number 5, the standards for measurement of the supervisor's performance, it is inadequate. I don't think so. Had it been inadequate, why did the day shift supervisors not raise a voice? That means his standards are all right. Whatever standard he's using, it is all right. But problem is that when he's dealing with the supervisors, he is being inconsistent. Okay, he's meeting the supervisors who is in the day shift, but for the night shift supervisors, what he does is that without meeting them, what he does is he fixes according to according to the kind of work done by the day shift supervisors. He just tries to compare that the work, and according to the wages fixed for day shift supervisors, he fixes the wages for night shift supervisors. So his dealings are inconsistent. I think number 4 is a better answer. Okay. Okay, what are you saying, Arpita? He could have called night shift guys separately also to avoid conflict. That is why I felt inadequate. No, the standards for measurement are adequate. Adequate मतलब ठीक है. Measurement standards में कोई problem है ही नहीं ना. Had there been a problem, then the day shift supervisors also would have created a problem. The standards are all right, but the implementation is inconsistent. That is why it is 4 and not 5. Okay. But for night shift, it is not fair. It is not fair. Not fair means it is not inconsistent. It is not consistent. Not fair का मतलब it is not consistent. When you are not fair, you are not being consistent. एक आदमी को 2 चॉकलेट देते हो, दूसरे को 1 देते हो. You're not being consistent. Okay. Okay. Number 1 is not right. He's not dividing and ruling. He's not dividing and ruling. He's not saying that, oh, you are good guys and the night shift guys are bad guys. He's not doing that. He never says that the night shift guys they actually don't do anything, and all the good work is done by day shift people. He never says something like this. So he's not dividing and ruling. What he's doing is that he met with the supervisors in the day shift, and after the meeting, he fixed their wages. But for night shift supervisors, he did not meet with them. Without meeting, he fixed their wages. So he's being inconsistent. वेज फिक्स करने में वो गलती कर रहे हैं. वेज फिक्स करने का स्टैंडर्ड सही नहीं है. Number 5 is actually trying to say that the standards by which he's measuring the wages, they are inadequate. But my question is, had they been inadequate, then the day shift people also would have complained, isn't it? Which means it is adequate. Adequate है but inconsistent है. It is inconsistent. Okay. Could I move to 8? Question number 8. Now see, the situation with Mr. Lal would have been avoided if Mr. Thakur had what? Now there are 4 answers, 4 options over here. What you need to do, the option that best arranges the above managerial interventions in decreasing order of organizational impact is, यानी जिसका भी impact सबसे ज्यादा है, put that first. Out of these 4, which option has the most impact? You need to put that first. After that, the second most impact, then third most impact, and the fourth most impact. Like this. What do you think? Try to arrange it. Okay, very good. You are very quick. Yes, I think answer should be number 5. Out of these 4, I think this is the first thing which will have the most impact. Had he created a process for supervisors working in the night shift so that they could have an opportunity to interact with him, ये problem ही नहीं होता. This would have the most impact. The second is that if he had created an open door policy that would have allowed employees to see him without any appointment, then also this problem would not arise. But because this problem is with Mr. Lal, who was in the night shift, so it is of paramount importance that the night shift people are heard first. That is why number 5, I think, should be the correct answer. 2, 3, 1, 4 is the order. 2, 3, 1, 4 is the order. Very good. Anybody has any doubt here? Questions are easy. Are you comfortable with all this? Yeah, okay. We'll increase complexity a little bit, slowly. Number 9. Apart from the supervisors who are working in the night shift, executives of which department will have the most justified reasons to be disgruntled with Mr. Thakur's initiatives? Disgruntled means dissatisfied. Disgruntled means dissatisfied. So, which department will be the most dissatisfied with Mr. Thakur's initiatives? What do you think? What all departments would be dissatisfied? Again, yes. Production department, there is an impact because the supervisors, they work in the production department, and the behavior of the supervisors on the shop floor is very important for the production department. So yes, there is an impact on the production department, and because he is negotiating wage contracts, there has to be a financial implication. So finance department also is involved. I don't think there is any problem, any involvement of the marketing department. Marketing department has nothing to do. Production department supervisors work on the shop floor. So production department का तो part होता है ना supervisors. Supervisors are under the production department. Yes or no? How they're related? If the supervisors don't behave properly on the shop floor, then what will happen? Then the production department will have some problems. So production department, they actually what they should have been involved. They should have been involved because these people have been working in this department for some time. So the person who is heading the production department, he would be able to give inputs about the behavior of the supervisors. Whether the supervisor behaves properly or not. Is he a person who shirks responsibility? If he shirks responsibility, if he takes too many breaks, if he's always absent, then why do we increase his wages? Production department का input तो लेना ही पड़ेगा ना? What about quality control? Quality control has nothing to do with the supervisor, okay? Because quality control, yes, quality control. How to improve quality of steel making process? It is decided by the quality control, and supervisors only follow it. Supervisors को follow ही करते हैं. So it is predefined. So quality control has no role to play. But yes, personnel department, yes. Personnel department, because their job is to oversee wage policies for the employees, and they have been ignored by Mr. Thakur, then yes, they have a reason to be disgruntled. So 1, 2, and 5, I think answer should be 4. Yes. Answer should be 4 for question number 9. Number 10. Which of the following managerial attributes does Mr. Thakur seem to lack the most? What does Mr. Thakur, who is the president, what does he lack the most? In this case study, what can you understand? Ethical behavior, कैसे? Why ethical behavior? Proactive problem solving तो है ही नहीं. In fact, he is very proactive. Okay, he is very proactive. He's very proactive because he goes to the floor and he himself is, talking with the supervisors and trying to understand their difficulties. So he is very proactive. What does he lack? He lacks emotional instability under pressure. No, under pressure he became emotionally unstable. This is not something which he lacks. Does he lack ethical behavior? You were saying that he ignored night shift people. No, he did not ignore night shift people. What he did is that he actually decided the wages of the night shift people based on parameters that he set for the day shift people. How is it unethical? Unethical कैसे हो गया वो? He is not doing anything which is wrong. गलत थोड़ा ना कर रहा है वो. There was a better way of doing it. Is that equal treatment not given. Okay, Dimpy. Nahi. What you're saying is equal treatment not given. Probably, let us say he fixed the wages at 10,000 rupees. 10,000 rupees day worker ka wage hai. And based on this, he fixed the wages 14,000 rupees for a night worker. How do you know कि quantum क्या है? Based on this parameter, he fixed the night worker wages. The problem is that there is a night worker called Ram Lal. This guy is not satisfied with even this amount. Is it all the night supervisors? No, there's just this one guy. So you don't know anything about the amount. Probably he has taken into account the fact that this guy works at the night, and that is why he has given 40% extra. 40% extra wages मिल रहा है रामलाल को. But Ramlal, because he has 6 dependents, he is not satisfied. He wants more. So how can you say कि ethical behavior नहीं है? No, I don't think so. Are you getting this? Did you understand, Dimpy? क्या हो रहा है? When you actually when you look at it, see so many assumptions we are making. हम assume करें ना कि उनको equal wages दे दिया. Where is it written that they were given equal wages? He decided the wages of the night workers based on his interaction with the daytime workers. So how can you say with certainty कि एक ही wage है दोनों का? Independent decision making also is something which he does not lack. Of course, he makes decisions independently. Okay. Answer for this question is number 5. Under pressure, he does not have emotional stability. Okay. Under pressure, he does not have emotional stability. What does he lack? He lacks emotional stability. He should have been stable under pressure. This is something which he did not do. Number 5 should be the answer. What are you saying? Emotional, why? Emotional, why? Because when a disgruntled worker, Ramlal, when he came to visit, and he probably started shouting and screaming. So how will you respond? A person is shouting and screaming and trying to talking to you in an angry way. So what should you do? Should you also reply in an angry way, or should you be cool-headed? You should maintain your calm. How can you judge his emotional state of mind? Because he started a fight. अरे डिम्पी वो तो लिखा हुआ है यहाँ पे. You did not read it properly. Read it. Ram Lal took a swing at the president, who in turn punched Ram Lal on the jaw and knocked him unconscious. So both of them hit each other. Yes, it is a reaction. ऐसे react नहीं करना चाहिए था ना. In fact, when Ram Lal, when he came to the president's office and when he confronted the president, then should Mr. Thakur have asked Ram Lal to get out of the office? No, no. He should have listened. He should have listened to what Ram Lal is trying to say. So that is why he became angry. He became angry and he also hit back. So emotional stability under pressure is something which was lacking in Mr. Thakur to a certain extent. Okay, so what do you think? Doable, Anna? This decision making is doable? Right? Okay, and yes, with practice, doable. And plus, the surprising thing is that what they do is that they repeat questions. They repeat questions. In fact, when you solve these questions in 2019, the paper that happened, there were some questions. Even though I did not sit for that paper, but there were students who told me that 12 questions, not 12, around 8 questions. तो वही है जो हमने practice किए थे, exactly word for word. There were 8 questions. हाँ प्रियंका ना. So they tend to repeat questions also. So pay attention to all these questions, past papers. Okay, we'll continue the discussion tomorrow. Tomorrow, new set of questions लेकर आएंगे. Right? We'll continue tomorrow. So that's it for today. If you would like to log off, you can log off. And if anybody has any issue, then I'll solve it. Yes, Nikita. What question? This one, number 3. We'll write. Please wait. Okay. Okay. You're writing the question. Why? Just download that 2018 paper. My question, okay. So what do you want to clarify? Tell me. Okay, write it down. I have given you my clarification. Okay, I have told you why number 1 is not a good strategy. But if you want to write it, please write. And let me know when you are done. Okay, let me know when you are done. Others, if you would like to log off, you can log off. Take care. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow. If you have any questions, then I'm here for another 5 minutes. When will these XAT classes be uploaded? Within a day. Within a day. So by tomorrow afternoon, this will be uploaded. Okay. Yesterday's class, it is not uploaded till now. Okay, I'll just talk to Nitin, sir. Even though in yesterday's session, he was just have told you about the syllabus, about the pattern. That's it. No content was discussed yesterday. But I will just speak to him and I'll get it uploaded tomorrow morning. Okay? Yeah. On YouTube also it's available. Yes. Right. Good night. Take care. Nikita, what you're saying is all right. So now the company which is offering the cream for 6,000 rupees, now the same cream is offered for 2,000 rupees. So if you lower the price, if you lower the price, and if you don't lower the quality, then will the company not make a loss? Yes, it would. And your aim is to maximize long-term profits. So how will you maximize long-term profits? Why would middle class buy? Exactly, exactly. Okay, what you're trying to say is why would the middle class buy cheaper product? They crave for superior quality. So if you, in terms of consumer, this question is about company. Yes, yes, that is what I'm trying to say. Nikita, you have to look at it from the angle of the company. The company will be in a loss if it is not reducing, if it is lowering the prices and it is offering the same product. That means it is reducing its margin. The moment you reduce your margin, how will your profits maximize? You have to maximize, you have to get maximum profits. Reducing margins is minimizing your profits. Maximum करना है ना profit को तो. Please understand. So even if the middle class and poor classes, they are 8 million, okay, all of them buy your product. Earlier you were selling just 2 million, but now you will sell 8 million. Let us assume all of them will buy it. But then because you have lowered the prices, you have not maximized long term profits. You have to select that option in which you will get the maximum profits. So maximum profits क्या होगा? Maximum profits you will get from number 3. Why? Because the rich people are already buying the products that you were selling. Plus now you have brought another product. You are also targeting middle class and poor class. So you're targeting everybody, and you have all different kinds of products at different prices. That is how you will maximize long term profits. Yes, you have to look at it from the company's angle. Okay. Now is it all right? Okay. So take care. Should I end the session now? Okay. Good night, all of you. Good evening. Am I audible to all of you? Please check now. Satyam, what about you? Am I audible? You cannot hear me, Sonali. Okay. Satyam, what about you? Can you hear me? Satyam, can you hear me? I think Satyam has gone somewhere. Okay. Anyone knows Satyam? Anyone here? Can you just text? No, you don't? Okay. Okay. In the group. No, why disturb other people? Why disturb other people? There are so many people who are not sitting for that. So why disturb other people? Okay. Satyam, are you there? Can you hear me, Satyam? Okay. Vipul, you just joined. Can you hear me? Am I audible to you, Vipul? Yes. Okay. Vipul, you have joined either through a mobile phone or a tab. How will you solve the questions? How will you be able to navigate? Okay, so you will not be able to navigate. You must be aware that you will not be able to navigate. You are not aware. Okay, so if possible, please switch. Please switch to. Okay, you are aware. Okay, so how will you participate in the class? Because I'll give you questions to solve. So if it's possible for you, please switch to laptop or desktop. Okay. Right. So let's start now. Yesterday we saw some questions on decision making. All questions were from past papers. Today also all the questions would be from past papers. I'll give you the rights. Just a minute. Okay, I'll give you the rights to move to the next slide. And what we'll do is that we'll take one set at a time. If you see over here, question number 1 to question number 4. Question number 1 to question number 4 from XAT 2009. This is a caselet. And based on this, you have 4 questions over here. Okay. So let us do it together. We'll do question 1 to 4 together and let's see what answer we come to. So what is he trying to say? He says Om Chaudhary was one of the supervisors in the fire and safety, that is FNS department of Maqsood Textile Mills. He was distant cousin to Mr. Bhiwani, who is the general manager, personnel and administration. Okay. Now, personnel and administration department was given the responsibility of all personnel related decisions. It was often rumored that Om had obtained the job due to his cousin's influence. However, Om was meticulous in the performance of his duties and didn't give anyone reason for complaint. It was known that Om was not much given to talking and he kept to himself and to his duties. All S&S supervisors reported to Mr. Rabindra, who was the shop floor manager. Okay. The mill operated on a 3-shift basis, and Rabindra allocated the supervisors to different shifts. They were required to be present at all times during the shift operation and carry out scheduled checks on all machinery and firefighting equipments. For some reasons, Om was allocated the night shifts more often than other supervisors. Om accepted these allocations without any objection, while it was known that other supervisors would often plead and bargain with Rabindra to be allocated the day shifts. During the night shift, keeping awake and remaining mentally alert was some of the major challenges faced by the supervisors. So this much is clear. Very simple case. Now what happens next? What happens next is that of late, Rabindra observed signs of indifference from Om. On 2 occasions, he found Om absent from his cabin. Rabindra heard from others that Om was often found in different part of shop floor employees. Even though there is some error over here, there is some error in this sentence over here. Something is missing, but actually this is how it is. It was there in the XAT paper, so we have not made any changes. It says, Rabindra called him to his office and reminded Om of the office responsibilities. Om did not counter Rabindra. He promised that he would not be lax in his duties again. Rabindra also broached the subject with Mr. Bhivani. Now, Mr. Bhivani, he called Om to his office and talked on a very personal basis. He reminded Om that their family relations made it uncomfortable to all concerned. Om nodded and agreed to do better. Soon his performance became that of a model supervisor. It was often found he went beyond his official duties to sort out problems of employees. Now, 3 months later, Rabindra happened to visit the plant during the night. As he looked into the FNS office, he found Om playing solitaires on the office computer. Mr. Rabindra immediately fired Om. The next morning, Mr. Bhivani called Mr. Rabindra and asked how he can fire an employee. He suggested that Mr. Rabindra reconsider Om's dismissal. This decision has already been made. There will be no turning back, replied Rabindra. So Rabindra has dismissed. What has Rabindra done? Rabindra has dismissed Om because once he was found playing solitaire. This is one time. 3 months earlier also there were some occasions where Om was found absent from his cabin. However, Om actually he actually made changes in his behavior, and his behavior became his performance became that of a model supervisor. Right. But after 3 months, when Rabindra was on a visit during the night, then what happened? He found Om playing solitaires and immediately he fired Om. Very simple. There's no complication here. Based on this, the first question that he's asking you, the options below give combinations of possible root cause of the problem and the justifications thereof. Given the details in the case, which one can be inferred to be the best option? So what he has done is that he has given you 5 options. In the 5 options, he has told you what is the root cause of the problem. Okay, what is the cause of the problem? Cause of the problem. And second, why why this is the cause of the problem. So what do you think? Based on your understanding, what is the cause of the problem and what is the reason that this problem is there? Is hiring of Om the cause of the problem? Is hiring of Om the cause of the problem? I don't think so. Because the reason that is mentioned is that Om was perpetually casual towards his duties. Now, this is something which is not right. Because because initially, yes, he was little bit lax, but then after a warning, his performance became that of a model supervisor. So we cannot say that Om was perpetually, casual towards his duties. A is gone. So what do you think? What is the cause of the problem? Did Om favor to work during night shifts? Again, we don't know whether he favored to work during night shifts or not. Yes, when given the night shift, he never complained, but that does not mean that he favored working during the night shift. So again, this is not working. Is the cause of the problem Rabindra's bias against Om? Is Rabindra biased against Om? Can we say that? The reason why we are saying Rabindra is biased against Om is that Rabindra has been assigning too many night shifts to Om, while for other supervisors he has been lenient. Just because Rabindra has been assigning too many night shifts for Om, does it mean that Rabindra is biased against Om? No. When he assigns the night shift to Om and Om does not make a complaint, that means it is understood that Om does not have any problem. If somebody does not have any problem, if somebody does not complain, then why will I not give him that work? So there is no bias. Again, number C is not working. Number D, the cause of the problem is that Rabindra jumped to conclusions because he should have investigated whether Om had carried out his duties. Will this work? When he found Om playing solitaires, immediately he jumped to the conclusion that Om is shirking responsibility. Isn't it possible? Isn't it possible that Om has already completed all his work and he has some break, he has some, free time, and in that free time he is entertaining himself? That's possible, isn't it? So, without investigating anything, Rabindra jumped to the conclusion that Om has been shirking responsibilities. Probably whatever work was given to him, he has done more than it, more than the work that was allocated to him. And this guy is he's so efficient. Om is so efficient that after he has completed all the work, he still has so much time left, and that is why in that time left, he is probably entertaining himself. Number D works well. Number D will work. What about E? The cause of the problem is Ravindra's firing of Om. Is that the cause of the problem? And this is the cause because it led to a clash between Ravindra and Mr. Bhiwani. Was there a clash between Mr. Ravindra and Bhiwani? No. Yes, there is some disagreement. There is some disagreement. Mr. Bhiwani believes that Ravindra is being too harsh, but that does not mean that there is a clash. So again, number E is not good. I think the best answer for this question should be D. What did you say? Yes or no? Yes? Okay. So if you remember everything in the case study, let's move to the second question based on this case study. The second question says, the details of the entire episode have become common knowledge among all the employees of the company. Okay. Out of the options below, which one presents the best way for the top management to resolve the issue so as to benefit the organization as a whole? So what do you think? What is the best way now to solve this problem? Everybody knows that there has been some episode. Om has been fired by Ravindra, and Mr. Bhiwani is actually not in agreement with this order. So in what way should the top management resolve this issue? What is the best way? Okay, you have mark number B. Okay. Number E, some people are saying D. Take the feedback of other FNS supervisors as to the work involved during night shift. This would better explain Om's behavior. Is this the best way? You take the feedback of other supervisors as to the work involved during night shifts. Now, other supervisors, they may not be as adept as Om. If you talk to other supervisors, they may actually not have, they may not be as shrewd, as clever as Om. So, different people may have different conceptions about the kind of work that they have to do. So even if you explain Om's behavior, even if it explains Om behavior, how is the problem solved? What are you going to do? Om has been fired. So number E looks like half a solution. Okay. Number E is half a solution. It does not solve the problem. Right? If you summarily, if you revoke Mr. Ravindra's orders, then what will happen? If you declare his orders as void, what will happen? Without any investigation, without anything, if you do that, then is anybody going to listen to Mr. Rabindra from now on? No. Mr. Rabindra's words will hold no water henceforth. Yes, he might feel insulted also. Plus, who is going to listen to him? When everybody knows that his orders can be revoked, his orders can be made void immediately without any kind of investigation, then nobody will, actually listen to Mr. Ravindra. And how, in that situation, how will Mr. Ravindra work? Right? So A and C also, they are out of the picture. Number D, you ask the feedback from other employees on the shop floor regarding Om's performance. This can be used to revoke Rabindra's orders. Okay. So the basis on which you will revoke Ravindra's order is the feedback provided by employees. But that is not justified. That is not justified. Employee will support an employee. Yes or no? One employee, they generally tend to support another employee. So even if that employee is wrong, they would still want Ravindra's orders to be revoked. So this does not look good. This is just like saying that there are five friends here, one of them is going to be suspended. I'll ask the remaining four whether this guy should be suspended or not. Obviously, they'll say, no, don't suspend him. Obviously. So, no, number D, I think again, number D is not a very adequate response. The best response in this situation, I think, should be B. You ask Om for a clarification. After Om has given a clarification, communicate it. Tell people that since Om has clarified regarding his duties, that is why the order has been taken back. In this way, you save Om as well as Mr. Ravindra, both of them. So it's a win-win situation for both of them. I think the best answer should be B for question number 2. Any thoughts? Anybody? Question number 3. Same case. Out of the options below, which one best summarizes the learning from the solitaire incident? What is the learning that we get from the solitaire incident? What do you learn? Number C, okay? You have marked number C. Hmm. Yes, from this solitaire incident, what we learn is that there are certain roles which would have different ways of carrying out, certain roles would have different ways of carrying out their duties. That means a person A and a person B. You give the same task to these two people, they will do it differently. They are doing the same thing, but they will have different approaches. Okay, so without taking into account their approach, you cannot say that this guy is shirking his responsibility. So number A, it's possible what it was Mr. Om. Now Mr. Om could do the work in, let's say half an hour, the same work which Mr. B can complete in 4 hours. So his way of doing is different. He has a different way of carrying out his duty, and Mr. B has different way of carrying out his duty. Okay, but both of them have completed the work. So what is important is whether you have completed the work or not, and whether you that work is quality work or not. That is what is more important. Okay, so yes, we learn from this incident that there are certain roles which will have different ways of carrying out their duties. Absolutely, answer should be number C without any doubt. If you have doubts regarding any other option, we can check. Number B, people tend to become relaxed during night shift and they require surprise checks to keep them on their toes. This is the learning that you get from the solitaire incident, that people tend to become relaxed during night shifts and they require surprise checks. Arvind, this is what you learn. See, we already know that it is night time. Okay, we already know that it is night time. If it is night time, then yes, people would be little bit lethargic. People would be less energetic. We know that. Okay, we know that. But if you are saying that you surprise checks are required to keep them on their toes, don't you think that this is becoming a little bit dictatorial? You're being a little bit stern. You don't have faith in your employees. Isn't this showing a lack of faith in your employees? If you're so concerned, then why do you have the facility for night shift? If you think that people will waste their time and resources during the night shift, they will relax, then why are you assigning them night shifts and why do you have night shifts? Okay, so I don't think number B is a very good answer for this question. Okay, number 4. If this is clear, let's come to question number 4. Of the options below, which could have been a better response from Mr. Ravindra when he saw Om playing? Very, very easy. What would have been a better response? It has to be D. Yes, he should have first checked. He should have first checked if Om had done his duties or not. If Om has completed his duties, then yes, it's we people are human. I mean, human beings, they will relax. Okay, they will relax. They need some break time, entertainment time during working hours. That is human nature. So if somebody has 8 hours, work time, does not mean that at exactly 8 hours they'll be on sitting on their desks. They cannot laugh. They cannot talk. They cannot use the washroom. No, that is not how human beings work. So check if Om has completed his duties or not. He should have done this, which he failed to do. So yes, question number 1 to 4. These are the answers. If you have any doubt, please ask. Easy for you? Right. So let's come to the next case study. This question number 5 to question number 8. Question 5 to 8. I think I would give you some time to solve this. How much time do you need? Not more than 8 to 10 minutes. It's 9:30 right now. 9:40. I'll start the discussion. I've given you the rights to move to the next slide. Please read this case and try to solve these 4 questions from question number 5 to 8. And yes, audio and recording is going to be mute in the meanwhile. Okay, let's see. Again, very simple case study. He's talking about a person called Shekhar who wants to take up a franchisee of Music World. Okay, he tells you about the investment, minimum 1200 square feet space and 30 lakh rupees. Profits will be shared in the ratio of 3:7 between Music World and the franchisee. And when Shekhar made some initial investigations, or when he made some initial surveys, he went to towns like Patna and Ranchi that also have Music World franchisees, and he found out that on an average, the revenue ranges from 1 to 2 lakh rupees per month, and the profit margin is in the range of 25 to 30%. Now he expects similar footfall in his city, Jamshedpur, right? So on an average, he's expecting around 1 to 2 lakh rupees of revenue per month. The problem is the location. When he looks for space, then that becomes a problem, because in Jamshedpur there are 3 main areas. He tells you Bistupur, Sakshi, and Sonari. He is more inclined towards Bistupur because he favors Bistupur because it is a place where he shopped. In fact, according to him, Bistupur is a business area where most high-end retail formats are located. And upper middle class and higher class customers, they shop in Bistupur, right? It's also the education hub of the city. So college students also, more in all probability, they visit Bistupur. The other areas like Sakshi and Sonari, he's not very into these 2 areas. But the rents are very high in Bistupur. The rents are almost 30 to 40 rupees per square feet per month, in comparison to 15 to 20 rupees per square feet per month in other areas. Even though his friends make a suggestion that Sakshi can be an area where you can open a store, because Sakshi is the fastest growing market in Jamshedpur, but Shekhar is not in favor of Sakshi, right? And now he wants to make a decision. He's confused because of the higher rental real estate prices, okay, in Bistupur, and he does not want to, actually open a store in Sakshi. So he wants to make a decision. He's confused. So these are the decisions which he has to make based on your understanding. Question number 5. What do you think? How best should Shekhar resolve his confusion? What should he do? I think from the given options, the best answer is that he should do a further in-depth study to find out the drivers and the potential of the business, whether there is growth or not. What are things that will make people buy musical products or music? Okay, so these are things which he needs to keep in mind. Probably the kind of customers that he's searching for, they may be in Sakshi and not in Bistupur. It's possible. So yes, he needs to do an in-depth study. This is, I think, the best way as of now. Question number 6. Suppose the sales in Patna and Bistupur are likely to be the same. How many years would it take for Shekhar to recoup the investment if you consider zero inflation? It will take him 5 years, you are saying. Most of you are saying 5 years. Okay. So let us make some calculations. Sales was around 1 to 2. Remember, now this is something which you need to remember. Whenever you are making projections, it's always safer to be on the conservative side. Okay? Always be safer. It's always safer to be on the conservative side. So if the projections, if the revenues in Patna are in the range of 1 to 2 lakh rupees per month, so we are going to assume that his sales are going to be around 1 lakh rupee per month. 30%, 25 to 30% is the profit margin. So on a sale of 1 lakh rupees, he is going to get 25,000 as the profit. Yes or no? Out of this, 30% he has to give to Music World. Music World, and remaining will be with what is his name? Shekhar. Shekhar. Now you calculate. Now see what will happen. So 70%, 70% of 25,000, whatever is the amount, you can check. The minimum space that was required was 1200 square feet, if I'm not mistaken, and 1200 square feet. 1200 square feet, the rental was around 30 to 40 rupees per square feet, which means he's going to pay a rent of around 35 to 36,000. 35 to 36,000 he is going to pay a rent on a conservative estimate. 30 हमने conservative भी लिया है ना? On a conservative estimate, he is going to pay a rent of 36,000. So is it going to be sustainable? Will he ever be able to make money? Never. Never, right? So what should be the answer? Answer should be maybe never. I mean, something extraordinary can happen. That is why he's used the word maybe. Something extraordinary can happen, but when you look at the figures over here, then it seems that it's not going to be possible. Okay, I think even if you take the revenues 2 lakh rupees, even if you're not being conservative, even if you're being very optimistic, still there's going to be a struggle, because it's not just the rent. It's not just the rent that he has to pay. He has to also pay the interest on the capital that he'll borrow, 30 lakh rupees. Margin, profit, the profit margin, yes. Profit means what the investor finally gets in the hand. So that is the profit. That is the profit. So out of sale of 1 lakh rupees, 75,000 rupees. Oh, what you're trying to say, sir, isn't profit the amount after all the expenses? So he's only getting 25 to 30,000. Okay, that is what you're trying to say. If sales are 1 lakh rupees, okay, so cost bhi to hoga na? Cost, I mean, no, what he's trying to say is, I understand what you're trying to say. I understand. Over here, you are only taking into account the cost of rent. But when you are producing let's say, an audio cassette, okay, if you're producing an audio cassette for 100 rupees, and you are saying that you are going to get a profit of 25% to 30%, that means the cost is 75. Cost is 75. So what will remain? 25%. 25% is your profit. From this profit, you have to take out your overheads. Overheads are expenses like rent, salary. So rent, salary, these are actually not included in this 25%. Okay? That is why he will never be able to recover his money. Whenever I don't know whether you're commerce students or not, but when you calculate the cost of a product, so after you calculate the cost, uske baad overheads aata hai na? After that you have overheads. Cost of the product means cost of production. Yes, you only have to play with the 25 to 30,000. Yes. Yes, it's per month. Per month kar lo na. So what, Damini? Even if it's per month, so what? Per month kar lo, annual kar lo, both ways. Both ways. It does not matter. If you take annual projections, then sales of 1 lakh becomes 12 lakhs. Out of 12 lakhs, okay, 12 lakhs, 25% is what you are going to get. It's around 3 lakhs. Out of 3 lakhs, you have to pay rent for the entire year. Okay, 36,000 rent is for 1 month. So just multiply it by 12. Okay, Damini, it does not make any difference whether you are taking calculation on per month basis or uh, per year basis. It will all be the same. Okay, so remember, whenever I mean, um, um, whenever you are making projections, okay, in accounts, in in your MBA, they will teach you in finance, in making projections, that whenever you are making projections, all the expenses that you can think of, you should take into account the highest level of all the expenses. Okay, but when it comes to revenues, when it comes to revenues, you should take into consideration the lowest estimate. Yes, yes. Like, accountancy is very conservative. Accountancy is a very, very conservative field. Accountancy takes into account every single expense, every single expense. And even when you are making projections, then they are going to, make projections based on expenses that are of the highest level. Over here, I have taken 30 rupees per square feet, not 40, even though we should have taken 40. But even with the lowest level, it is not working. Okay. Question number 7. Number 7, what could be the most likely reason for Shekhar's bias in favor of Bistapur? Why does he favor Bistapur? Very simple. What is the reason? I think A. A is the reason. He believes that there's a presence of college going crowd. Among other reasons, this is one of the reasons. There are other reasons also, but this is one of the reasons. Okay. Now some people marked C. It was difficult for Shekhar to associate non-Bistapur areas with good quality products. Okay, this is the reason why he's not selecting. This is the reason why he's not selecting the other two places called Sonari and Sakshi, whatever their name was. This is not the reason why he believes that Bistapur is a better place. So number C will not work. Number C will not work. Number E is wrong. In Bistapur, the shops are frequented by the executives and their families. No, they are frequented by the high class people and the upper middle class people, but they may not necessarily be executives. So E also is not right. Should be A. Answer should be A for question number 7. For C, paragraph says that he is not in favor of Sakshi. So number C, Nikita, is answering the question why he is not in favor of Sakhi. Is it answering the question why he prefers Bistapur? The question is, why does he prefer Bistapur? Okay, number C looks good. Many people mark number C. Okay, no, not really, not really, not really. If I say there are two things A and B, I hate A. Oh, sorry, I hate B. If I say there are two things A and B, I hate B. Does that necessarily mean that I like A? Does that necessarily mean that I will like A? So that is the same logic over here. Okay, he does not like non-Bistapur areas. That's it. Just because he does not like non-Bistapur areas, does that necessarily mean that he will be in favor of Bistapur? Probably there is something better than Bistapur, which he has not searched till now. Okay. Yes, Puneet, you are right. He actually mentioned that Bistupur was education hub and he expected students in Bistupur. Absolutely. Is this clear for all of you why the answer is A? Anybody still has doubt? Shubham, this is one of the reasons. This is one of the reasons. Okay, there were many reasons. This is one of the reasons. The other reasons are not mentioned anywhere else. Okay, if you actually go back to the case and you see there were two, three reasons that why he favored Bistupur. One of the reason was that it was an education hub, and yes, other reasons was that the higher class people and upper middle class people, they also came and they purchased goods from Bistupur. Right, Shubham? Okay. Question number 8. Number 8. Which one of the following is the most important decision criterion in such a business situation? I think the most important thing is to find out whether this market will grow or not grow. I think yes or no. If this market has no growth, if this market has no growth, then even if you have financial capability, should you invest? No. In fact, even if you do not have financial capability, if a market has growth, you can always you always have access to the banks. You can take loans. If you so much believe in a particular market growth, then you can take loans from banks. So just financial capability is not the most important criterion. Okay, the market growth is the most important criterion. Okay, the profitability of the business in the first couple of years. Normally, Nikita, that will depend on what kind of an industry we are talking about. There are some industries that are not profitable before the first 5 years. There are some industries that are not profitable before the first 10 years. So if you only look at profitability of business in the first couple of years, then almost every project will fail. Okay. I also am in business. I know that if there is any business and you talk about profits in any business before at least 3 years, 3 years से पहले अगर आप profits के बारे में बात करते हो, you are a fool. तो कम से कम 3 years तो चाहिए ना, at least 3 years. That is the minimum. Real estate was a huge concern for him. Yes, Satyam, real estate was a huge concern. No, but which of the following is the most important decision criterion in such a business situation? Okay, number E, real estate prices. Okay, so you are saying that problem is that real estate prices is not a concern. The concern is, will he be able to sell so much so that he can recover the rent? If 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 I can sell, if I can grow my revenues to the extent that I can cover any kind of rent, then why will I not pay high rent? Why will I not pay high rent? The mere fact that a place has high rent should not stop you from opening a store if there is potential in that market. Okay? So no, I don't think number E is right. If if there was a lot of growth in the market, if he finds out that no, Patna is doing a business of, he said 1 to 2 lakh rupees. Okay, 1 to 2 lakh rupees. Patna is doing a business of 1 to 2 lakh rupees. But in Jamshedpur, the market is going to be so huge. In future, it's going to be so huge that I'm going to do business of 20 lakh rupees per month. So if such is the potential, if the growth is going to be such that he's going to do business of 20 lakh rupees per month, then don't you think he can pay even a rent of 100 rupees per square feet? What is the point? What is the problem? So rental is not a very big issue. Rental is not a very big issue. Everything hinges on the revenue that you generate. Okay. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Zomato Gold's business profit policy was contradicting D. Okay. So I marked C. Yes, not just Zomato. You look at any big company, multinational companies. What do they do? You must have read that they have deep pockets. Yes or no? So they are ready to spend money. In fact, I will. We were actually we were given this case study in our MBA days. Uh, all of us we know Kellogg's, isn't it? Kellogg's. Remember when Kellogg's launched? Kellogg's launched. People made fun of Kellogg's. Okay, people made fun of Kellogg's, and the CEO that time, I don't know who was the CEO, but Kellogg's had a lady CEO that time. That is something which I remember because I actually watched her interview. Her interview was shown to us in her college, and um, one journalist asked the CEO, "Aren't you crazy? Aren't you crazy? You are investing billions and billions of rupees in a market where people eat parathas every single day. They eat idli sambar. I mean, what will make them eat your cornflakes? Cornflakes is cornflakes is something which is alien to us, we Indians. Okay, so and people have developed habits. People have developed habits. People have been eating parathas and idlis and vadas throughout their lives. So why are you investing so much money, especially in advertisements? They were giving lots and lots and lots of advertisements initially, Kellogg's. So the CEO, what she replied is that whenever people watch TV, generally families watch TV. Okay, families watch TV, and kids are also there. Kids also watch TV. So yes, adults may have formed their habits. Adults cannot probably stay without parathas and their vadas and idlis. But the exact words which she used were, "We are waiting for those kids to grow." Every single day, those kids are going to watch Kellogg's 10 times on the television, and we are waiting for those kids to grow. So we'll wait for 15 years, we'll wait for 20 years. After 20 years, we are going to reap the benefits. And today we know where Kellogg stands. So if you look at profitability of business in just first couple of years, then I don't think you are fit to be in a business. Generally, it does not happen. Okay, and that is what all these internet companies, I mean these online companies like Zomato and Uber and Ola, they are doing. Every quarter we come to know that they have run up a loss of 2,000 crore rupees, 1,500 crore rupees. Where is all this money coming from? What are they doing? They're building brand. Right now, the only thing that they're doing is that they're building brand. And after 15 years, they're going to reap the dividends of these brand names. Okay, let's come back to business. Question number 1 to 8 done. Anybody has any doubt here? Let's move to the next set. Next set is question number 9 to question number 12. Okay, 9 to 12 appeared in XAT 2010. So please read it. 8 to 10 minutes, not more than that. It is 10:05. 10:15, I will start the discussion. Okay, let's check. So Ola wants to become an entrepreneur, but he's also concerned about the environment, degradation of the environment. Okay. When he talks to locals, he knows that locals, they want development to continue. However, Bola is a person who has a strong sense of right and wrong. He wants development, but he also wants to save the environment. We know that. And that is why he wants to resolve the dilemma. He is mulling over the issues. He's thinking what to do because as an entrepreneur, he wants to contribute to society and earn money as well. But his business will be responsible for destroying the environment. And if he does not set up his business, then he will not be able to earn money and he will not be able to contribute to the society. So this is the dilemma which he's facing. Based on this, question number 9. What do you think? Should Bhola still think of doing business given the fact that there can be environmental degradation? Yes, yes, he should, while ensuring that no damage is done. Very, very simple question. Questions are very simple. Remember, questions are very simple. The cases are very lengthy and there's a lot of irrelevant information. There's a lot of irrelevant information. Questions are very simple, okay? Most of them. Number 10, Bhola wanted to advise the government about the new tourism policy. Bhola had developed a few alternatives as given below. What is the best alternative? Which new tourism policy, according to you, is the best one? Number C or number D? Should it only be regulated by the government? Should the government be the only participant? I don't think so. A better way is to involve everyone. A better way is to involve everyone. You involve the government, you involve the NGOs, there's public-private partnership. So there's public also, private people also, government also, NGOs also. Lots of people are involved, so there's going to be lots of checks and balances or inefficiencies. And there's going to be promotion of synergetic efforts. I think D is a better answer. D is a better answer in comparison to C. Okay. Question number 9, Priyanka, you wanted me to discuss C. Should Bhola think of doing business? No, saving the earth for our children is more important than earning money. ऐसा है क्या? Okay, D. Okay, D. Yes, but only if the government puts strict environment regulations in place. Okay, if the government puts strict environmental regulations in place, then he may not be able to start his business. ऐसा हो सकता है ना? So rather than relying just on the government, remember what you are doing in number D. What you are doing in number D is that you are actually shifting the onus on the government. You want government to do everything. Isn't it better that you yourself are proactive? You start the business, but you yourself ensure that you don't do any environmental damage. Isn't that better than just passing the buck on the government? Okay, so I think C is a better answer in comparison to D for Delhi, for 9. Number 10, we have already discussed. Answer should be D. Coming to question number 11. Question number 11, Bhola wished he was heading the government. He had listed 5 concrete measures that he would take if he were to head the government. What do you think is the best alternative? What should he do? Number B, he should charge cess from anyone who pollutes the environment, whether it is citizens or industries, and he should reward those who have contributed to afforestation the most. I think this works well. What about number E? He should institute a green valley reward, which would be given to businesses highly active in afforestation efforts. So why just businesses? Why just businesses? Number E believes that it's only businesses that are active in afforestation efforts. What about citizens? What about common people? This award should be given to anyone who is active in afforestation efforts. Yes or no? So in comparison, even though it's not absolutely wrong, but when you compare it with B, I think B is a better choice. Question number 12. Visualizing that he was heading the state government, Bhola thought of a likely problematic situation. Now what has happened is that 5 years have passed. In these 5 years, Bhola has initiated a lot of pro-environment steps. Now he has to face state elections. What the opposition is doing is that opposition is accusing him of stopping development and causing unemployment under the guise of environment policies. Okay. Now, if Bhola wants to score a quick win over his opposition, then what should he say? What should he say? Tell me. Is it C or D? Okay. Some people have marked D. He should point out that this government had initiated a regular cleaning up drive, and the opposition did not consider the data regarding the people who were employed in that drive. Okay. So there is a regular cleaning up drive, and some people are involved in that drive. How many people will be involved in that drive? Tell me. 500, 1000, 2000, 3000, है ना? तो कितना number हो जाएगा? It will not be much. It will not be much. Yes, even though you have provided employment to people, but these are just some few people. Few people, right? A better response is C. A better response is C. You compare the unemployment levels since the implementation of the pro-environment policies. And if the unemployment levels are low, agar low hai, then you can accuse the opposition of making baseless charges. Okay? Accuse the opposition of making baseless charges. Why you can accuse the opposition? Because if they are less, only if they are less, then you will make the accusation. Then in that case, whatever charges the opposition is making, they are baseless. So I think C is the answer. How is this ethical? Nikita, why? What is the problem? He's fighting elections. How to accuse? What is the problem? If you want to win election, the opposition is accusing him. Can he not do the same thing? So he can also accuse the opposition of making baseless charges. And actually, when you fight an election, then you make accusations. But accusations, unethical, it will become unethical only when your accusations are baseless. Okay? If they are not baseless accusations, then I think it is not unethical. Namini, what are you saying? If it is right, may me not mark C. It may be less, maybe not. Yeah. But the unemployment levels, Nikita, unemployment levels, you are reading it incorrectly. Not employment levels. Unemployment levels, they are less. Okay. What you're saying, Damini, is that if the unemployment level has not reduced, then what he should do? That is your question. Number C only comes into play if the unemployment levels have reduced. Is that what you're trying to say? Because there is a possibility that unemployment levels have not reduced. Had that been the case, Damini, then some other option would have been correct. But over here, we will assume that whatever he's saying in number C is going to be true. We will not question the options per se. Okay. So the best strategy would be to first check the unemployment levels. If the unemployment levels are low in comparison to the previous years, then he should accuse the opposition of making baseless charges. If the unemployment levels are not low, then he should not make make the accusation against the opposition. Very simple. Why not B? Okay. Why not B? Question is why not B? The best strategy for Bhola would be to point out the improvement in environment since the implementation of pro-environment policies. So nobody is saying that there has not been improvement in environment. Okay. Number B Number B, actually the opposition also is accepting that yes, there has been improvement in the environment. But problem is that development has slackened. They are accusing him of stopping development and causing unemployment. They are not accusing him of not cleaning the environment. Okay, Nikita, that is why B is not right. They are accepting. They are accepting that yes, environmental steps are good, but these steps they have stopped the development and they have caused unemployment. Okay, is C a quick win? Yeah, why not? So very quickly, see it. Why I'm calling it a quick win, because it is quantifiable. The more quantifiable it is, the quicker you can win. जितना quantifiable, see, um, uh, if you talk to somebody and you mention figures से बात करोगे तो ज़्यादा quantifiable होगा. Very quickly you will be able to make that person understand. Okay. And Damini, you are saying are B and E similar? B and E are similar. Call the charges as baseless accusations. How are they baseless? How can you say they are baseless? You have to prove that these charges are baseless. How will you prove? Quantify karo. How will you prove that the charges are baseless? Quantify unemployment levels. Show that unemployment levels have reduced. So I think the best thing is again number C. No matter how you look at it, it's C that will provide the best remedy. D can also be quantified. Yeah, D can be quantified, but in number D, the quantity is going to be low. In number C, the quantity is going to be high. You have provided jobs to some people who are regularly cleaning up the environment. Dimpy. Okay? But over here, you're talking about unemployment level as a whole. So it includes not just these people who are involved in the regular cleaning up drive, but also other people. So number C is more comprehensive. I think answer should be C. I think it should be C. Any other doubts, anybody? Right. Now let's come to question number 13 to question number 15. Yes, give data for directly answering answering the objections. Yes, absolutely. Question number 13 to 15. Please take a look. Only 3 questions, so I think this should not be more than 6 to 7 minutes. Are we done? And Satyam, you sent me a message that you are doing these questions for the first time because you have joined this course today. You have not attended the first session. That's all right. That's all right. Everybody, for everyone, this is almost the first session. Yesterday was just an introductory session. We did not really solve much. Okay. So you will have access to the first session. If possible, just go through it tomorrow morning. If possible. Even if you don't go through it, no problem. We discussed a few questions, just like we are discussing it over here. And actually today the cases are lengthier. Yesterday we discussed some questions that were not very lengthy. Today they are lengthier. Okay, that is the only difference. Now what is he saying? But are you able to understand everything? What has been your performance, Satyam? You're getting most of the answers right. Good. Everybody's getting most of the answers right. Good. Good. Great. Okay, so he's talking about the International Racket Association, which wants to implement a drug testing code, right? Now, in India, no, not in India. We'll assume that this country is India. In India, there is the club which is called Racket Club. Racket Club. It actually controls all the activities related to this sport racket, and it is very powerful because in fact 70% of the revenue which is generated in this game, it is generated in this country. And in this country, Racket Club is the owner, and that is why it has high bargaining power with the International Racket Association. The problem is that there are some players. Three of the most popular and senior players, they are against the application of the drug testing code. If you force them, then they may leave Racket Club. They may join another club called Counter Racket Club. That is one issue. Problem is that this country, people in this country, people are fanatic. They are fanatic about this game. They will do anything for this game. That is another issue. Okay. However, the minister who is in charge, he actually believes, according to him, racket has negative influence on the country's youth. These are things that we know. These are the things that we know. We also know that the players, they are not very too much in favor of these drug testing code because they fear for their security. Okay, they fear for the security. The reason is actually security. Okay, based on this, he is asking you, if the objective of Ranjan, that means the minister, is to create a good image of himself as a politician and also to create a long lasting positive impact, then the best decision he should take is what? I think because the concern of the players is security, because they're more concerned about security, then I think he should provide adequate security protection to the satisfaction of the players who are nominated by the racket club before enforcing any kind of drug testing. Yes, it should be number B. Very, very easy question. Number 14. Identify the best rationale. Rationale means reason, which may force Ranjan as a politician to take a decision in favor of IRC. Okay? If Ranjan does not do what IRC wants, then it's possible that IRC will not allow the country to participate in the World Cup. If the next World Cup is going to be held in a country which has adopted DTC as a guiding principle, then Mr. Ranjan will have to make sure that his country's team also they follow the DTC so that they are eligible for the next World Cup. Absolutely, number B is the answer for 14. Easy questions. Anybody has any doubt, please stop me because we are running a little bit late. You did not understand. Okay, you did not understand the question. The question is, what may force the politician? What may force the politician to accept direct testing code of the IRC? Okay, what is the reason because of which he will be forced to take a decision in favor of IRC? Should it be number D? Just because he is the cabinet minister, this is the reason. This is the reason why he should make a decision in favor of IRC. Of course not. Of course not. Just because Mr. Narendra Modi is a prime minister, he did not sign the regional economic cooperation deal. So just because you are a minister does not mean that you do whatever you want to do. So I don't think number D is very good. Number E, Nikita, the top 3 international teams, they are keen to implement DTC. So what? The top 3 international teams may do whatever they want to do. but the Indian team is not going to do it. So what is going to happen to Indian team? Nothing. Nothing will happen. Top three international teams, they will pay 60 crore each to every player. Does that mean, does that necessarily mean that Indian teams also have to pay the same amount? But what is absolutely certain is that people in this country, they are crazy about this game. They're crazy about this game. So nobody can even think of not playing in the next World Cup, right? So you have to make sure that your team plays in the next World Cup. And you will not be able to play in the next World Cup unless you participate in the direct testing code. And that is why number B is the answer. Okay. Number 15, question number 15. According to DTC, each athlete or sports person will need to submit a schedule for 3 months in advance that will specify an hour each day when they can be randomly tested for drugs. Even though DTC has assured the confidentiality of the submitted schedule, okay, even though this has been done, but the players, they are actually not very convinced. They are not very convinced. DTC has taken measures because it will limit the access of player supplied information to two senior officers, and these officers will have internet-based access only to the schedule of those sports persons who are randomly selected for testing. That means they will not know the schedule for every player. And the third safeguard is that similar security features have been made in the DTC database. So many confidentiality features or security features have been built by DTC. Even then, some players don't want to provide the schedule because they don't want testing, right? Now the top three popular players, they realize that no reason other than security can help them to get a favorable decision from Ranjan. So the top three players, they don't want to go for testing, and they know that the only way in which they can avoid testing is if they raise security concern. If they raise a security concern, then they may be exempted from this from this testing. That is why when they discuss this issue with the minister, then they should focus on all the options except what is something which they should not talk about. Number B. Number B तो बिल्कुल बोलना चाहिए. Their concern is security. If racket players, they are in the hit list of terrorist organizations and the schedule of these racket players are known by other people, isn't there a security concern? This should be raised. They should be raised. They can say that, listen, we are in the hit list of terrorist organizations, and some people will have access to our schedules for 3 months. So this can be misused. So number B is something which can be raised by them. Yes, answer should be D. Answer should be D. If they say it is difficult to provide adequate security coverage in large stadiums where racket is played, is that going to work? As it is, if it is a large stadium, security hoga hi hoga wahan par. Plus, it has nothing to do with their schedules. It has nothing to do with their schedules. This number D will only happen when they're actually playing a game. So this actually does not hold substance. It is not substantial because it is but obvious that when a game is being played and it is being played in large stadium, to adequate security coverage hota hi hota hai. So number D will not make sense. Every other objection can be raised. Every other objection can be raised. Number E also. Number E also can be raised. DTC is not willing to share the details of the two officers who will be involved in the drug testing. And we have not been able to make the background check for these two senior officers. So isn't there a possibility that these two senior officers, because there is no background study being done on these officers, they can leak the information? They can leak the information, so there is security concern. So number E also raises a security concern. Isn't A the same as D? No, they are not the same. Number A says any clue related to their private schedules may also result in huge public gathering, and it will make the job of security agencies very difficult. So this is a valid reason why their schedules should not be provided. But when you are playing in large stadiums, everybody will know. Everybody will know, isn't it? How can you hide when you're playing in a large stadium? So number D is something which they should not raise. They can raise all the other concerns, but if they raise number D, it is not going to have any impact. Okay. Anybody has any doubt? Please ask. Anything you did not understand till now in any of the questions? Okay, good. We have to again D. Okay. Priyanka, ये 3 players है ना? How do they want to escape testing? How do they want to escape testing? They want to escape testing by raising security concerns. They want to say that, listen, हम testing के लिए आएंगे ना, तो security concerns है. There is security concerns. Plus, what you are doing is you are asking us to provide other schedules. 3 months का schedule दे दो. इसमें भी security concern है. If people know about our schedules, then they can track our movements. Security concerns are there. So if they have to focus on security concerns, because it is only because of security concerns that probably the politician, the minister will say, okay, you don't need testing. We will not test you. If there are so many security concerns, then probably we will not test you. So they will have to raise security concerns. So the question is asking you, what is the point which they should not raise? Number D does not raise any kind of security issue. कोई security issue है ही नहीं number D में. Because they are playing in the open. They are playing in large stadiums. And when they are playing in large stadiums, everybody already knows that they are going to play there. So adequate security will already be provided. Okay, Priyanka, did you understand? Okay. 16. Coming to question number 16. Dr. Puneet worried about the test results of his patient, Miss Benita. Miss Benita was an old rich widow with no dependents. Okay, so the results indicate that Miss Benita has the potential Lyme disease. Now, Lyme is rare and difficult to diagnose. People with Lyme often need oxygen and lung transplants as the disease continues its course. According to the test results, Miss Benita might have got it. Got it means what? She might have got Lyme disease, right? Now, Dr. Puneet explained the situation to Miss Benita carefully. Without naming the disease, he explained that the disease was progressive and would need treatment using drugs, which was still at the experimental stage. Even then, the chances of success was not too bright. If the treatment was unsuccessful, then they would have to get ready for a lung transplant. Now, the lung transplant itself was a risky course of treatment. Even if successful, she would require constant medical support and treatment. So Miss Benita looked blank. She asked Dr. Puneet for his advice about the course of action. He nods gravely. I'm afraid, Miss Benita, I think there is only one course we can take. So what do you think? What should be Dr. Puneet's advice? Number B. Number B. But results तो indicate कर रहे हैं ना? The results indicate that she has the disease. So why do we need to conduct another test? But he's not sure. According to the test results, she might have got it. Okay. But problem is that had the doctor not been so sure, please understand, had the doctor had not been so sure about Miss Benita contracting LAM, would he have explained the situation to Miss Benita carefully? He would not have talked to her. He would simply have said that, listen, I think we need to get another test done. So I think number B is not very good. I think number B is not very good. I mean, in all probability, LAM disease is there. Okay, he's absolutely certain. That is why he's talking. That is why he's telling her that these are the treatments available. These are the options available. So I don't think another test is required. Okay. What do you think? What should be the answer? I also believe E should be the answer. He should propose that Miss Benita go ahead with the experimental drugs, because even if the chances are not too bright, there are chances. Okay, even if the chances are not too bright, there are chances. And problem is that कुछ ना कुछ तो करना ही पड़ेगा. You'll have to do something. Right now, you are not going for surgery. Right now, you are going for drugs. So there is no surgery that is happening. Had he made the suggestion that go for surgery first, then probably, we would have thought about it. But over here, he's just asking her to take some medicines. So I think number E will work. Number B, but Satyam, while saying there is no surety, had there not been surety, remember, had there not been surety, if he was not sure, then why would he talk to Miss Benita and explain that the disease was progressive, it would need treatment using drugs, which was still at the experimental stage? Yes, he could have used a better word here. The better words could have used. Better words could have been used here. But I think he's absolutely certain that Miss Benita has LAMP disease, and that is why he's talking about this disease. Do you actually see a doctor talking about a disease to a patient with a patient unless a patient has contracted that disease? ऐसे तो नहीं होता ना. Only when he's certain that he will explain in detail that this is the problem and this is the course of treatment available. This disease is rare. Okay, this disease is rare. So what? So there are chances that he might be wrong. No, I understand what you are saying, Satyam. I understand what you're trying to say, that he should first be certain. He should first be certain, isn't it? There are chances that he might be wrong. He might be confusing this disease with another disease. He has to be certain. But what I'm trying to say is that unless a doctor is certain, why will he talk about the treatment that is needed, the drugs that are available? Okay? Why will he talk about it? That means he's certain. There is no right and wrong answer. There is no right and wrong answer. But I believe, see, according to my interpretation, there is certainty. That is why he's worried. He's worried about the test results of the patient. Why he's worried? Because LAMP disease hai. It's a fatal disease. So he's worried about the result. Otherwise, he would not be worried. He would just wait for the results. So according to me, all the indications are there that this lady definitely has the disease. And that is why, because it's a fatal disease, there's nothing that you can do. So the best thing is that try the experimental drugs. It may work, it may not work. As it is, you're going to die. That is my interpretation. Okay, that is how I will solve this question. Anshita, number A, you are saying tell Miss Vanita the details of the disease. वो तो बता ही दिया ना. He has already told her. Okay, Anshita, he has already explained the situation to Miss Vanita carefully. Okay. Now, Dimpy, you are saying I think E is also not right until the doctor is completely sure. वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ, Dimpy, that is what I'm saying. You are assuming that he's not sure. I am assuming that he's sure. Okay. So there is a difference in our assumption. There is a difference in our assumption, and sadly, for XAT 2010, for XAT 2010, we don't have official answers, so I cannot tell you what was the official answer. But what I'm telling you is that if I had taken this test, I would have marked number E as the answer. I've given you my reasons why I would have marked number E as the answer, because had the doctor not been sure, he would not sit down with Miss Benita. He would not explain the situation. He would not talk about experimental drugs. He would not talk about lung transplant. All these talk happens only when you are absolutely certain. The doctor is absolutely certain that this is the situation. This patient has LAM, and now let us see what kind of treatment is required. Okay. Damini, what you're saying? If there would be another test to diagnose it, it would be easy. Passage mentions that it is difficult to diagnose, so I discarded B. Yeah, but just because it's difficult to diagnose does not mean that you should not diagnose it again. I don't think that is a very valid reason. But the question is, our assumptions are different. Okay, our assumptions are different. Some students are assuming that the doctor is not sure, and I am assuming that the doctor is sure. Why I am assuming the doctor is sure? Because my assumption, the reason is, only when the doctor is sure that the person has cancer will he talk about cancer treatment, isn't it? नहीं तो अगर कैंसर है ही नहीं तो कैंसर के ट्रीटमेंट के बारे में बात क्या करना? That is what I'm trying to say. So I would mark number E. You are free to mark number B. That's entirely your call. Okay. Okay. Should we move to the next? Right. Now coming to 17. These are standalone questions. Yeah, 17. 17 is a standalone question. Can you tell me what should be the answer? B. Oh, you have already solved it. Okay, so let's give 2 minutes. Let's give 2 minutes to people who have not solved it. Okay, 2 minutes. So some activists, some environmentalists, they have taken an extreme step. Okay, they have taken an extreme step. They have become arsonists. They have become arsonists. They have burnt down the new residences that have been built in forested areas. Okay. Now they have become arsonists. You know who is an arsonist? Arsonists are people who burn somebody's property, who burn something. They are called arsonists, right? Which is a crime. So as per the activists, all the activities that they have done, they are very principled. But the question is it ethical? What do you think? It should be B. No, they have no justification for damaging other people's property. Absolutely. Very, very simple question. Very, very simple. Any other option you think can be right? You wanted to mark A. Yes, the arsonists are right. Okay. Arvind, you want to mark C? No, as it is not taken up in a peaceful manner. Question is not whether it is peaceful or whether it is violent. Question is वो ethical है या नहीं है. Arvind, you are not answering the question. Question is not just because it has not been taken up in a peaceful manner, does it mean that it is not ethical? Not necessarily, isn't it? For example, Arvind, for example, let us say you are under the rule of a dictator. You are under the rule of a dictator. For example, our freedom struggle. So many freedom fighters they became violent. Subhash Chandra Bose, Bhagat Singh, they actually turned the agitation violent, isn't it? So will you call them unethical? No, they were ethical. So right. So 17 answer I think should be B. That is the best answer from the given options. Number 18. Question number 18. Please take a look. Okay, are we done? So what is the story? The story is that government has fixed a target of 62,000 megawatt of generation capacity addition. This has to be achieved, and if it is not achieved, then the government will hold the top executives responsible. Top executives of the state-run power companies if they fail to meet these targets. And they will be fined and they will be transferred. All these kind of things will happen, right? So these CEOs, these top executives. Now the question is, if you are the chairman of one of these power PSUs, okay, what will you say in order to strengthen your case against the government holding top executives responsible? So what will you say which will prove that you cannot be held responsible? You cannot be held responsible. Government should not hold you responsible if this target is not met. What are the things that you can say? I think number one, you can say, if you talk about the labor unions, they are not allowing you to work, okay, and they have allegiance to the ruling party at the center. That means they have allegiance to the government. So this is again an external factor. It is an external factor over which you have no control. You have no control over this factor. Okay. So number one is definitely the answer. Number two, can you say that the actions of the mid-level management, they are not in line with the objectives laid by the top management? No, you can't say that, because it is for you to see that mid-level management and top management, they work in tandem. What can the government do in that? You are the CEO, you are the top executive. So it's your responsibility to make all levels of management work in tandem. Number two is not right. Okay. Number three is a valid reason why you should not be held responsible, because if there are delays because of difficulties in obtaining funds, and this is because of recessionary conditions. So again, it is something which is beyond your control. It is an external factor. So this, you can mention this, why you should not be held responsible if you don't meet the target. So number 3 also will make sense. What about number 4? Number 4, we are not to blame. The government is not doing enough to ensure availability of sufficient fuel to power the existing plants, let alone the new plants. Everything is all right, but the moment you say we are not to blame, then you are trying to shift the blame, which is every time wrong. Every time it is wrong. It is too extreme, yes. The government may not be doing enough to ensure availability of sufficient fuel, but you are free to get this fuel from outside sources. Who's stopping you? The government did not stop you. The government does not stop you. Okay? You are relying on the government for your raw material. Satyam, can you please send your chats to all participants? You are sending your chats privately. Please send your chats to all participants. Okay? So number 4 will not make sense. Now number 5 will make sense. Number 5 will make sense. Okay, why it will make sense? Because if the government is not taking into account the other factors that are responsible, like roads, like environmental clearances, because these projects, they require infrastructure, right? If government is not taking into account all these things, then how can the government hold us responsible? So number 5 also will work. So ideally, answer should be 1, 3, and 5. It should be 1, 3, and 5, but we don't have such an option. I know, Nikita. I'm coming to it. Okay, I think that people, they wanted this one. They wanted number C as the answer, but उन्होंने वो 5 की जगह ना 4 print कर दिया. There must have been some misprint. So from the available options for us, I think number B is the answer. Okay, they probably wanted to print 1, 3, and 5, but there have been misprints in that paper. There have been misprints, so don't worry. ऐसा होता है. You marked C. Yes, you marked C. But then number 4 is not working. Number 4 will not work. Number 5 will work. Number 5 will work. Number 4 will not work. Okay, you thought it is 5. Okay, you thought it is 5. It's not 5. It's 4. So I think we will mark number B as the answer for question number. This was 18. All clear for everyone? Last 2 questions then for today. 19 and 20. Please read this case. Is it necessary that all correct options are mentioned together? No, it's not necessary. It can be intentional also. Damini, what they have done, it can be intentional also. Just to throw you off guard. Okay? Okay, 19 and 20. Please take a few minutes and try to answer the questions. Are we done? Yes? Okay. So what does it tell you? These 2 telecom companies, ABC and LMN, they had tried to merge earlier, but they could not. Now, what has happened is that now there is a possibility that they can merge. Okay, there are few changes that have happened. The valuation of both the companies actually has decreased, but as far as ABC is concerned, ABC is in a better position because the investor the shareholder who was actually resisting the original merger, that shareholder has sold his stake. Okay. As far as raising money is concerned, it has become difficult for both the companies, especially for LMN. So this is the situation. Now, based on this situation, question number 19 is asking you which of the following would be the most appropriate line or lines of thought for the CEO of ABC to adopt in response to the offer by LMN. Now, LMN has made an offer, merger offer. Okay, so what is going to be the best response that ABC can give? Just because earlier, just because earlier a merger deal could not be completed, does that mean that there's no way we can resume talks about the merger? Of course not. Things may have not worked out that time. It may work out right now. Okay. Okay. Now, number two, the deal may make less business sense this time around. If the deal makes less business sense, and just because you will become CEO, will you agree to the merger? No. Okay. You will resume talks only when there is reimbursement of the expenses which are incurred. Nobody will do that. Again, impractical. That does not happen. There are some expenses which you will incur. You will do some due diligence. You will study the count books of the other company. Some expenses will happen. Okay. Nobody's going to reimburse those expenses, whether you merge or you don't merge. So number three is impractical. Number four, let me not be biased against dealing with LMN, because if we can secure a deal at a reasonably low price, then we will benefit as shareholders, and that is why we should go ahead. I think this is how we should think. Let's not be biased. Okay, earlier we could not merge, but right now things have changed. So number four works. Number five, it's difficult to raise money now. It is difficult to raise money now, and plus LMN is facing greater financial problems. So what is the hurry right now? There's no hurry right now. We might have an opportunity to buy them out at a cheaper price later, so it's better to wait. This also is a good way of thinking. This also is a good way of thinking. So I think both of them will work, which means E. Yahoo. Okay. You are saying this is what happened to Yahoo. Okay, it made me mark 5. Okay. Okay, I think everybody has marked number E as the answer. Coming to question number 20. Now, number 20 is saying that the merger of these two companies has been confirmed. Okay. Problem is that LMN, it has financed the merger by taking debt at higher than market interest rates from the bankers. So the interest rate is very, very high, right? So if you are an investor who wants to invest in telecom companies, what is the strongest reason for staying away from investing in this entity that will be created after the merger of ABC and LMN? Yes, the strongest reason is that LMN is using high cost debts. It is purchasing another company which is in the same industry. It is facing similar problems. There is no visible advantage for the combined entity over competitors. So everything is bleak. Everything is disadvantageous. So why are you going to invest your money in this company? I think number E is the answer for question number 20. Please check. Anything requires clarification, ask please. Anything requires clarification? So now you get a hang of how what kind of questions you have. Satyam, we are saying in decision making, do we have to go for the answer which makes the most sense? Yes, obviously, you have to use your common sense. Okay, Damini, the strongest reason for staying away is that the market would be as competitive as ever for the resultant entity. No, it will not. This is wrong. It will be not as competitive as ever because two companies, A, B, C, and LMN, that were in competition, now they are one entity. So इनका competition तो खत्म हो गया ना? The competition is going to decrease. Damini. So B will not work. Out of topic question. Yes, Nikita. The only problem in decision making is that some of them are, very lengthy. Some of them are lengthy. They have a lot of irrelevant information. So we'll have to very quickly, very, very quickly, we will have to, scan the um, um, scan the case so that we come to the crux. Okay. Nikita, what do you think? Can you give me some tips for Snap? What tips do you want? Everything remains the same. Everything remains the same. Whatever you do in every exam, you have to do the same thing. Every question carries negative marks, isn't it? So don't just remark any answer. In 2 hours, how many questions you have to do? Around 110. Level is average. Level is average. Snap level is average. They focus a lot on vocabulary. Vocabulary questions बहुत होते हैं. Okay. Yeah, like and mad. Like and mad. Okay. Now, Satyam, you're saying in one of the previous questions, we looked into the possibility of future market growth. Yes, that makes common sense. So why not A? Why not A? Okay. Number A, in question number 20, the new entrants in the telecom market were coming with better offers for the customers. Okay. So those new entrants who are in the telecom market, they are coming with better offers for the customers. So this is a reason not to invest in this merged entity? Of course not. These guys have been in business for a number of years. These guys are in business for a number of years. Yes, a new company has come. A new company is trying to give competition. But these two companies, they have been in business for a number of years, and now they are a much bigger entity. So I think they will be able to compete. They will be able to compete with the new entrants. Okay, so that is why A cannot be the reason. A cannot be the reason. In fact, the new for the new entrants, it might be a little bit difficult for to compete in this market. Okay, okay. So it's been a long session. I'll not keep you waiting. People who would like to log off, good night. Take care. We'll meet tomorrow same time. We'll take another set of questions from that papers. And if you have any query, I'm here for another 5 minutes. Take care, all of you. Okay, Satyam, please add me in the WhatsApp group. For that, you need to talk to Nitin, sir. Just send him a message. What is your number, by the way? You have been added. I just checked. So it has added you. Okay, so you will receive messages, right? Okay, you check it after the session. Okay, so take care, all of you. Good night. Good evening. Should we start? Okay. If you have attended yesterday's session, then you'll probably remember that yesterday we took up a case in which there was one guy who wanted to open a music world franchisee, and he was in a dilemma. There were three areas where from which he had to he had to make a selection. Remember that case study? And there was another caselet where it was related to that sport racket, international racket doping test. The players, they were reluctant. They actually did not want to go for the to test. Now these two cases had same case. The only thing what they had done is that they had changed the names. Okay, everything remained the same. The same cases had appeared in 2019 as well. 2019 XAT paper. Okay. Now let's come to other questions here. We'll take a different set today. Let's see decision making over here. This appeared in XAT 2011. The first case has question number 1 only. Okay, question number 1 only. So I'll give you a few minutes. Read this and tell me what should be the answer for question number. So what do you think? Are you done? Okay. So he tells you that this company, Leon Energy, okay, Leon Energy, uh, everything is bad. There's been a loss. Sales also has gross income also has reduced. However, when you look at the sales volume in terms of capacity of projects executed, sales volume has increased from 2935 megawatt a year. It is 4560. So the CEO of this company is saying that, listen, even though our sales volume has increased, the poor performance of the company this year is the result of adverse economic conditions. So if you are a shareholder and you want to make your case against the management in front of the management and other shareholders, so that means you want to criticize the management, you want to tell them that no, they are wrong. It's not actually adverse economic conditions. There's something wrong with your policies. So if you want to do this, then there are 5 things that you can do in the order in which, what is the best thing to say to them if you want to criticize them. The first thing that you should say is statement number C. Yes, statement number C. Because you will say that, listen, you are saying that there are adverse economic conditions. But understand that because of these adverse economic conditions, worldwide people have adopted alternative energy sources, and during this time there has been all-time highest profits for wind turbine makers in both the developed and developing countries. Then why is it that Leon Energy has not made profits? Even if even if economic conditions are adverse, but every other company worldwide has made highest ever profit, then what has stopped Leon Energy from doing so? So yes, number C is the most hard hitting criticism of the management. And the moment you realize this, then I don't think you have to check for other options also, because C is the best criticism. After that, yes, B also. B also, how can you criticize the management? You can say that, listen, you have actually seen increase in your sales volume, but still you are saying you're not profitable. This means that you are inefficient. If you see an increase in sales volume but you don't see increase in your profits, that means there is something wrong with your costing, there is something wrong with your efficiency. This is the second thing which you can say. And yes, after this, number E. Now, why is this happening? Why is it that even though you have increased sales volume, still your profits are low? Then you can mention that you are trying to increase sales by charging lower and unprofitable prices. Absolutely, CBE should be the answer, which means option number D. Very good. Okay. Anybody has any doubt here? Anyone? Uh, yes. So we'll move to the next set. Shilpa, how are you logged in twice? Okay. Let's come to the next set. Question number 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. 2, 3, 4, and 5. There are 4 questions here. I'll give you 8 to 10 minutes. It's 9:15. 9:25. We will start the discussion. Please start. Okay. Okay. Okay, Shilpa. No problem. Please start question 2 to 5. Are we done? Should we check? Okay. So what is the case? The case is that in Chetan textile mills, these days they have started, engaging workers through contractors. Okay. Now, why they have started engaging workers through contractors? Because contract laborers, they don't get the same benefits as regular employees, and they also do not have any job security. So whenever the company wants, the company can remove them. Now, a few days back, some problem has started because of contract workers. Because of contract workers, some problem has started. There was some violence. The security guards fired 2 or 3 rounds in the air, and the contract laborers, they were angry and they set fire to several vehicles parked inside the premises. So this is the situation. Based on this situation, he's asking you question number 2. Question number 2, in the wake of recent happenings, what decision is expected from CTM management? From the combinations given below, choose the best sequence of action. So what should CTM management do? Should it stop the current investigation against the contractors? No, it should not. It should not. Should it continue investigation to expose exploitation, and it should take strong action against troublemakers? Should it do this? What do you think? Yes. Okay. So CTM management should continue investigation to expose the exploitation, and they should take strong action against the troublemakers. Okay. So yes, they can do this, but not immediately. Right. Not immediately. Okay. Immediately what they need to do is that, because it is the contract laborers who are angry, so the management needs to get in direct touch with them through all possible means, and they need to communicate the need for the current investigation, and the management needs to tell them that these investigations have been carried out because the management wants to stop the exploitation of the contract laborers. Also, expose those contractors who are creating problems. I think number three makes more sense than number two. Why? Because in number two, you continue the investigations, but you're not explaining to the laborers why you are investigating some people. In number three, you are making it clear why these investigations are being carried out. Plus, you in number four, this has to be done because those security guards who were guilty, those security guards who fired shots, they have some action has to be taken. So 3 and 4 is correct. There's no reason why you should increase the wages of contract laborers. There's absolutely no reason. Okay, because they have been instigated by the contractors. So they may listen to the management and they may not demand increase in wages. So why should the company increase the wages as of now? So yes, number D is the best answer for question number 2. Okay. Number 3, in the current context, which among the following represent the most suitable reaction from the CMMS leadership? That means the trade union of the company, what should it do? Yes, number C, it do not offer membership to the laborers, contract laborers, but at least because you are a labor organization, you should represent the interests during negotiation in order to prevent the formation of another union in Chetan textile mills. So even if you do not give them membership, at least represent the interests. Okay. What will number E do? What will number E do? If the union adopts a neutral stand in public and it passes on information related to problem creators to the CTM management, will this solve the problem? If they adopt a neutral stand, means if they say that no, we are not going to do anything in this situation, because it is a trade union, because in this group there are laborers, so I think they are in a better position to speak to the contract laborers. I don't think they should adopt a neutral stand. Number E looks more like maintaining status quo. Don't do anything. This looks more like maintaining status quo. Okay. Number D, Dimpy, you are saying start another union exclusively for contract laborers of CTM. But then the very purpose of employing contract laborers will be defeated. Dimpy, if you do that, then think in the long term, these contract laborers, you have hired them because you want to keep them in a weak bargaining position. You have hired them just for a few months or a few weeks for a certain period of time. So if you give a lot of bargaining power to these laborers, then you will be in trouble. Probably when they actually, if they join the union or if they form another union, then they will make demands that you need to make us permanent. Then what will you do? Then all your, all the cost savings will go down the drain. So number D is not advisable. Okay. Number B also is not advisable. Offer membership to contract laborers. If you offer them membership, they will become part of the trade union, and when they become part of the trade union, then they will have bargaining. They will be in a bargaining position, which can be problematic. Okay. So I think number C is the best answer for question number 3. Question number 4. Why not maintain status quo? Okay, don't do anything. So, but the question is, what should be the most suitable reaction? I'm asking you, what should you do? And you are saying, don't do anything. So why am I asking you to do anything? Okay. Okay. Number 4. Out of the options given below, which one would be the best policy decision by the government at the national level? Again, very easy. The government should set up a new committee to make recommendations for changes in labor legislations. with an objective to reduce exploitation of contract laborers. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think this is correct. Number D is the answer. Okay. Number 5, he's saying there are criminals. Nikita, you want C? You set up a new labor welfare office within Chetan Mills premises. Okay, but should is this the best policy decision by the government at the national level? Setting up labor office in the premises of just one company, how are you going to deal with this problem at a national level? That does not work. Okay. Number B for which question, Dimpy? Okay, prior response. Okay. Question number 5. Number 5, he's asking you the criminals in the surrounding area, they took their cue from the situation in the mill. They create law and order problems outside the mill, which later makes it difficult for workers to come to mill safely. Given the circumstances, identify the stakeholder that should be the immediate priority of CTM management. Now remember, who are the people who are creating trouble? Contract laborers. Now there are criminals in the area surrounding the mill who can instigate the contract laborers because the contract laborers are disgruntled. They are dissatisfied. They are angry with the management. So it will be very, very easy for the criminals to instigate these contract laborers. So who should be the most immediate priority of the CTM management? No, not number B. It should be E, the contract laborers who are demanding job security and same wages as regular employees. Why? Because these people can be instigated very, very quickly. They can be instigated very quickly. The criminals can make use of the anger and they can create trouble inside the company. So the immediate priority, the stakeholder that should be given the immediate priority is the contract laborers. Okay? Did you get this? Nikita and Dimpy, you marked B. You marked B. District administration that is concerned about the spread of violence. Okay. So the company should pay attention to the district administration. Question is, who should the company pay the most attention to in this situation? There are criminals around the area. The people who can create trouble are the contract laborers because they are unhappy with the management. There has been some scuffle also. Shots have been fired. So as it is, the contract laborers are very angry. And if in the surrounding area of the mills there are some criminals, so these criminals can take advantage of the situation. They can further instigate the contract laborers, and that can create more trouble. So the immediate priority of the management should be to actually talk to the contract laborers, to sit down with them and come to some kind of an agreement. Should be E. Okay. Okay, then let's come to the next set then. On a practical level, is E implementable? No. Whether it is implementable or not, that is not the question. The question is who should be the immediate priority. What should be your immediate priority? XAT. Okay. Whether you will crack it or not, that is another matter. But your immediate priority as of now is XAT. You may crack it, you may not crack it. So what? Okay. Okay. Coming to the next set, 6, 7, 8. Question 6, 7, 8. Please take 10 minutes and tell me what should be the answers. Let me know when you're done. Okay. Again, not a very difficult one. So this company, Top Cloth Cotton Mill, it always wants to share, it wants to share profits with the employees. So what they did in 2004, they converted the employee mess. They actually made it air conditioned. Okay. After that, after 1 year in 2005, now the management again wants to share some profits because this time also profits are high. Now, because they've already converted the mess into an air conditioned one. Now they want to actually, before doing something else, the chairman, he wants to know whether the employees, do they appreciate this kind of action. So the personnel director has been asked to send a questionnaire to find out what exactly is the reaction of the employees. Okay. And when the personnel director, he sends 50 questionnaires, out of 50, 46 are returned. Out of 46, these are the responses. We can see over here, these are the responses. So these responses, when you read these responses, then you actually come to know that the installation of ACs, AC in the employee mess actually did not have any impact. Did not have any impact because majority of the employees, they do not know about the AC, or they are not taking it in a very positive way, isn't it? This is what we understand. So based on this, he's asking you question number 6, the main conclusion or conclusions about the personnel director that emerges from this situation is or are. What are the things that we come to know about the personnel director? See, we can definitely say number C. Number C has definitely happened. Why? Because the personnel director, he has failed in his duty of maintaining constant touch with the employees. They got an AC installed in the mess, and even after 1 year, the personnel director does not know. He does not know whether the employees are happy, not happy. In fact, before the installation of the AC in the mess, he did not even take the inputs from the employees. So this means that he's not maintaining touch with the employees. This is absolutely certain. Number D also, I think, is absolutely certain that the cost of the air conditioning is a waste because the beneficiaries, they did not feel any benefit. Most of them. What was the point? So C and D looks good. C and D are good. Okay. Number B is absolutely not right. The personnel director cannot be responsible for the employees' reactions. I don't think that is correct. Number A is slightly dicey. Okay. Number A is slightly dicey. Can't say whether the personnel director had the competence to manage an employee feedback survey. Whether the personnel director could manage a survey or not, that is something which we cannot say with certainty. We cannot say with certainty. Okay. So ideally, C and D should have been the answer only, but because we don't have such an option, then we'll mark number D as the answer. Okay. Damini, what are you saying? Why not only C as the answer? Why not only C? Why take the risk of A? Wait, 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 wait. Uh, Wait, what is the question? The main conclusion about the personal director that emerges from the situation. So what can we conclude about the personal director? The conclusion is about the personal director. Right, right. You are right. Wait, wait. I think you are right. Number D. Number D is not about the personal director. Number D is about the initiative taken by the management of installing the air conditioners. Yes, yes. I think number D is not right. I think number D is not right. Okay. Number D is not right because it is not about the personal director. Number A also we are dicey. So I think safest bet. Number C we can be very certain. Yeah, we'll change the answer to B. I think B is right. I think B is right. Okay. Um, yes, Nikita, you are right that number D is not related to the personal director. That is my bad. I did not actually read that properly. Number D is related to the incentive provided by the management, but it is not related to the personal director. Absolutely. So DS is not the correct conclusion that we can make about the personal director. It is the conclusion that we can make about the profits shared by the method in which the profits were shared by the company with the employees. So yes, I think B should be the answer for question number 6. B for Bombay. Okay, is this clear? We cannot but situation A. Okay, Anshita, what is situation A? Yeah, Anshita, what is the problem with situation A? How can we say that he was not competent to carry on the feedback survey? How can you say that he was not competent? Can't. In fact, he carried out a survey, and in that survey, whatever the results were there, that is given to you. Okay? Not all the forms were returned. So what? Just because the forms were not returned, so does that mean that the personal director is not competent? In fact, the majority of the forms were returned. 46, 46 out of 50 were returned. This was not a compulsory survey. Yes, 46 is a great number. Absolutely, 46 is a great number. So no, I don't think number A will make sense. I was very much dicey about A, but I had misread the question, so I thought D also would be right. But no, D is not right. Okay, so answer is going to be B for Bombay. Nikita, thanks for warning us that we are on the wrong track. Okay, question number 7. The management of the mill. Now, the management of the mill considers itself to be socially conscious, and it always re-examines its decisions for the social relevance and impact on society. Okay, whenever it makes any decisions, it checks the social relevance and the impact on society. So, in view of this consideration, what could have been considered before deciding on profit sharing? What are the things that the management should consider before deciding on profit sharing? Now, there are 5 options here. The options in decreasing order of their impact on society. So we will select the option which has the most impact on the society. That is, the most impact will come from E. No, I think the most impact will come from E because the workers, the workers, they are a part of society. So there's going to be an immediate impact when you divide the profits equally among the workers and the shareholders. So there is going to be a greatest impact on the society because what are you doing? You are distributing profits among members of the society. I think number E is the one that will have the most impact. After that, if you invest in capacity expansion, then you will add employment. If you invest in capacity expansion, then you will generate employment. So indirectly, through capacity expansion, there's going to be an impact on society. But it's not going to be immediate. It's not going to be immediate. Okay. Then will come number C. You consider employees' views on different ways of sharing excess profits. This also has an impact on society, but over here you are just giving an opportunity to the employees to, to participate in the discussions. Real impact will only happen when you actually give them equal profits. In number C, the impact is in the sense of giving them opportunity to participate. So I think from this we come to know that our answer should be number A. Okay, social relevance is a generalized idea. See, what is going to be the question is something else. Please understand, MP. Whenever the management makes any decisions, it examines its decisions for the social relevance. But the question is not social relevance. The question is, out of these five options, arrange them in the decreasing order of their impact on society. So the most impact will be when? The most impact that you will see on society is when you provide equal, when you distribute it equally. Because that is something which is quantifiable. Immediately the workers are being treated equal. Immediately they are getting the money in their hands. Immediately they will go and spend it. They will consume it, and they will actually, make a contribution. That is why D. That is why D will not come before E. D will also have an impact, but the impact will come later. Okay. Is this clear? You will discuss this later. Okay. Okay, fine, no problem. Question number 8. This decision-making situation, it best highlights what? What does it highlight? What do we understand? It highlights the management's benevolence. Yes. In sharing profits among the workers, I think answer should be number B. It tells us about the management's benevolence. Okay. It tells us that the management is paying attention to the needs of the employees. It is trying to take care of the employees. I think number B is right. Any other options you think can be right? Okay. Explain number A. Managerial short-sightedness in decision making. How are you calling it short-sightedness? Management is trying to treat workers equally. They are trying to share the profits with the workers. How are they being short-sighted? Does not make sense. Short-sighted तो होने नहीं चाहिए बिल्कुल भी. Okay. Had you been short-sighted, you would be very selfish. You would want everything just for yourself. You would not distribute it. You don't want to spread happiness everywhere. So no, number A to बिल्कुल भी sense नहीं बनाता. Number A does not make sense at all. Okay. And Nikita, you're saying, sir, doesn't it focus on management not being aware of what employees actually want? Yes. Yes, they actually could not, they did not understand what were the needs. They thought that we have provided an incentive, we have provided a facility, and employees are enjoying that facility. Okay. Okay. So number E, what do you want to mark? You want to mark number E, none of the above? Yeah, okay. But that is just part of the story. That is part of the story from this case. From this case, what is another thing that you learn about decision making? What do you learn? Yes, we need to talk to employees, but we also learn that management. But isn't that the main part? Yes, both of them are main parts. Both of them are the main part. Had the management not been benevolent, then sharing profits equally would actually not be there. Okay. If we had both options, then that would have become a hypothetical question. If we had both options, then it would have been better to select management's inability to understand the needs of the employees. That would have been a better answer. I'm not saying that is wrong. That is correct. Okay, that is correct. But it also, from this case study, we also understand that managements can be benevolent. Okay. Should we move to the next one? If this is clear. Okay, 9 to 12. No, it's good. No, no, no. You don't go on a completely new track. It's good you think in different ways. There's no problem. Okay. Question number 9 to 12 based on this caselet, and I'll give you some time to solve this. Around 15 minutes. Okay, it is 10:05 right now. 10:20 we will start the discussion. Please take a look. Today we have only 15 questions. Okay, are all of you through? Should we check? Okay, so what is the case? The case is that Mr. J. Mehta, who is a senior member of a society of a leading school, what he has done is that he has employed a graduating psychologist, Mr. Vivek Gupta. Okay, and what he wants to what does he want what does he want the psychologist to do? He wants this psychologist to help in the appointment of teachers in all the schools uh, run by this society. Now, Mr. Vivek Gupta, he worked for a year, but what happened is that at the end of his first year, Mr. Gupta realized that his efforts had not resulted in any kind of success. His efforts had resulted in failure. He gives you reasons. He tells you that principals, they actually are reluctant. They don't believe in these newer psychological techniques, and plus they also refuse to accept the teachers selected by Mr. Gupta, and that is why Mr. Gupta has offered his resignation. Okay, pretty simple. Based on this, he's asking you question number 9. What was the flaw in the decision of selecting a psychologist for selecting teachers that led to the final situation? What was the flaw? What did Mr. Mehta do? Mr. Mehta, he actually he went to a function in a certain school, and whatever he saw at another school, he tried to implement it all in all his schools. So I think number A is absolutely right. Mr. Mehta's decision was predominantly driven by the information about another school that had enlisted the services of a psychologist for recruitment and selection. So number A is definitely true. Okay. Number R. Both the administration of the school and the managing teachers, they have been primary responsibilities of the principal of the school. This also is correct. Both these informations are both these are mentioned in the passage. Okay. Now the question is, they both are mentioned, but now the question is, does R does the second statement explain statement number A? Does it explain statement number A? No, it does not. Even though both of them have been mentioned in the passage, R does not explain A, which means the answer for this question should be B for Bombay. Yes, question number 9, answer should be B for Bombay. Okay. Is this clear? Number 10. Question number 10. What responsibilities were shouldered by Mr. Vivek in the first year of employment? What were the responsibilities that he shouldered? Mr. Vivek had the responsibility of contributing his expertise to recruitment and selection of teachers. This is, I think, correct. Okay, but the board members, they wanted to systemize the recruitment and selection of the entire organization. What the board members wanted to do is not Mr. Vivek's contribution or responsibility. So number R is not right, which means only number A. So C should be the answer. A is based on information given in the passage, but R is not based on the facts given. Okay, so answer should be A. Sorry, answer should be C, not A. Question number 10. 11. Question number 11. How were the changes in the recruitment and selection process received by the principals? What did they do? The principals rejected the new process in its entirety from the day it was introduced. Did they reject it in its entirety? No, because there were some principals who actually accepted, but there were some principals who did not accept it. So number A to right nahi hai. What about R? The principals were cynical of the abilities of the psychologist. Were they cynical of the abilities of the psychologist? No. They may have been cynical about the abilities of the psychological techniques. They were skeptical about the psychological techniques, but were they cynical about the abilities of the psychologist as far as recruitment and selection of teachers were concerned? Again, we have no information. We cannot say. Did you understand the difference? Yes, they were cynical about the process, but were they cynical of the abilities of the psychologist? You don't know. Can't say. So what should be the answer? दोनों ही गलत हैं. Both of them are wrong, which means answer is they are not based on the passage. E. Question number 11, answer is E. Number 12. Number 12. At the end of his first year with SEI, Mr. Gupta realized that his efforts had resulted in failure. Was Mr. Vivek's self-assessment justified? Yes, since the selection of teachers continued to be done as it was being done earlier. This is correct. I think yes, that is why he can say it has been a failure, because the principals are recruiting teachers the way they had recruited before Mr. Gupta had been on the scene. So number A is right. Number R, he was placed in a situation where the concerned persons refused to consult him regarding his expertise. Hence, his impact was dependent on cooperation by others. This also is right. Yes, concerned persons, they refused to consult him, and that is why his impact was dependent on cooperation by others. If they cooperated, then he could have shown some success. If they don't cooperate, he would be termed a failure. So I think both are right. Now the question is, does R explain A? Does R explain A? Does it prove to you that yes, Mr. Vivek's assessment was justified? Does it prove to you? Yes. I think yes. So I am going to mark number A as the answer for question number 12. Yes. Okay. Nikita, what are you saying? It is written that they were against his suggestion. Doesn't mean they did not. They did not hire the recommended teachers. So no, where in number R, we are not trying to say that none of the principals, listen to Mr. Vivek. There were some people who listened to him. So his impact became dependent on the cooperation. Okay. Number A, his impact, he had been a failure because the selection of teachers continued to be done as it was being done earlier. So yes, this is right. There were many people who continued with the old methods. So that is why he's calling himself a failure. Even if 50% of them have continued to recruit teachers in the same way as earlier, so Mr. Vivek will call himself a failure. Okay. So I think answer for question number 12 should be A. Please take a look. If there is any doubt, ask. Okay. Then we come to the last set for today, question number 13, 14, 15. Yes, 13, 14, 15. Again, it's lengthy, so take 10, 15 minutes, read it. It's almost 10:30. 10 to 15 minutes. When you are done, let me know. Okay. Let's see. So we all know that Mr. Sayan, he is facing a problem. He has become an alcoholic, and now he is blaming the company. He's saying that it is because of the company responsibility, company job, the job required drinking. That is why he's now got hooked to alcohol. That is the claim which he's making. Based on this, the management is now trying to find a solution. The management is trying to decide how to deal with this situation. It also wants to appoint a replacement for Mr. Sayan. So the management is exploring following options so that such a fiasco is not repeated. These are 5 options in front of you. The question says, from the management's point of view, the options in the descending order of ease of implementation would be, that means what is going to be the easiest to implement? You first you will put that thing which is going to be easiest to implement. Okay, the easiest that is going to be implemented. Okay, please understand that he is recruiting. He is going to appoint a replacement. He is going to recruit. So the easiest thing to do is that when you are recruiting somebody, that time what do? During the recruitment process, the easiest thing for you to do is that you actually during the recruitment process, you remove some people who you believe could not or not or you remove some people whom you believe they are not going to work. Okay, you have marked B. The easiest is state the requirements of the job, including the necessity of social drinking, explicitly in the employment offer letter. A signed copy of the employment offer letter would indicate that the employee has accepted the terms of the employment with complete knowledge of job details. Okay. Yes, B also would be easy. B also would be easy. And plus, I think A also would be easy. If you hire an experienced sales manager from the market. Now, because this guy is already in a sales position, so he knows what he has to do and what he does not have to do in order to entertain the customers. So I think yes, A and B both are very easy. A and B both are easy. They are the easiest that you can do. So A and B, I think with the combination of A and B should come first. So we have either option A or we have option E. After that, after A and B, which one is easy? Is it easy? Is it easy to find out C? Is it easy to find out? C. Okay. Select only mature persons, those who are high in self-esteem, who do not give in to social pressures, and who know how to exert self-control. The question is, how will you find out? How will you find out? It is not going to be easy. It is not going to be easy. Okay, how will you find out the maturity level of a person? How will you find out whether that person is holding himself or herself in high esteem or not? It is difficult. It is more difficult. It is more difficult than finding out other things about that candidate, right? So I think number C is more difficult. Nikita, you were saying being experienced sales manager does not mean that he can handle drinking, or some jobs might not have drinking ability. Okay, it might not require drinking, Nikita. Okay, that is what you're trying to say? Yes, it might not require drinking, but this guy is an experienced person. This guy is an experienced person. Okay, and when you have an experienced person, I think what had happened is that Sayan was a fresh graduate. Sayan was a fresh graduate from college, right? So when you have some experience, after a few years of experience, if you look at it practically, then you become more responsible. You are more responsible. Yes, okay. If his earlier job did not ask him to drink, what if now this person can't handle drinking as well? If he can't handle drinking, then we will not hire such a person. We will hire only those experienced salespeople who can handle drinks. Okay, he's not asking you to hire any experienced sales manager. Isn't D a better one? Okay. Problem is that in number D you have already hired that person. You have already hired that person. Okay. In number A and B, you are trying to hire that person. That person is still not a part of your company. Number D, it will become more difficult because already you have hired that person. And now you want to provide guidance to that person. Are you getting this point? So the question, you have to understand the question. See, case is very easy, options also are very easy. The question is asking you that now a replacement has to be appointed. A replacement has to be appointed, and all these steps, you have to arrange them in the decreasing order of the ease of implementation, which means whichever is the easiest will come first, and most difficult will come in the end. Easiest when? Easiest when you're trying to find a replacement for this guy. So when you're trying to find the replacement for this guy, the easiest thing is that you don't go to business schools. You actually, what you do is that you hire people who are experienced, you offer them good salaries, and plus number B also. Number B over here says that you state the requirements of the job, including the necessity of social drinking. You state all this in the employment letter. This is very easy to do. Are you getting this? After that, B and D. After that, how is E better than C? How is E better than C? Test for the validity of claims of being moderate drinkers during the selection process itself. This will screen out persons who only claim to be drinkers just to obtain the job. Okay. Number E, while you are selecting, okay, while you are selecting, that time you can test the candidates. You can test the candidates. You can find out whether they are moderate drinkers or they can drink, or they like to drink a lot. So this is easy to test. This is easy to test. You just provide them a bottle and see what happens. Number C is difficult to test. Number C is difficult to test. That is why I think I think answer for this question, I think should be E. Yes or no? I d- uh, yeah, I think E is the best answer. Okay. In D also, once you have appointed them, then all the sales managers that you have, you actually you provide them guidance on how to behave during the social occasions. This is going to be the second step. Number D is going to be the second step. First is that when you are hiring people, that time you have to be cautious. Okay. So I think E is the best answer for question number 13. If you have any doubts, please ask. Anything that requires clarification, please ask. Okay, come to 14. Assuming that the management has no constraints in implementing changes in policy, the following possible recommendations can be made confidently about the company's recruitment and selection policy. Okay, these are the recommendations made about the recruitment and selection policy. Out of these five, what he's doing is he's asking you to arrange these options in the increasing order of alignment with respect to its policy of non-discrimination. So it has to be in increasing order of non-discrimination. Means जिसमें सबसे ज़्यादा discrimination हो रहा है, that option in which you see the most discrimination, it will come first, and that option in which you see the least discrimination, that will come last. Did you get this? So most discrimination, in which option we see the most discrimination? It is in number A. All the options are number A. Okay, so all the options are number A. If you only hire college graduates, and that too who know how to interact socially, so you are discriminating. You have made up your mind that you will hire only and only college graduates. You are not ready to accept anyone else. Okay, so this is the most discriminatory. After that, after A, you have to check B, C, and E. B, C, and E. After A, what do you think? From B, C, and E, which one is number E? I also think number E, because number E says people who are passing out of MBA colleges and without work experience, they are as good as high school kids. The firm should avoid them at all costs, as they would often end up as a liability to the firm. So again, you are being discriminatory. You are being most discriminatory when you exclude all college graduates. Remember, कोई भी college से graduate हो, उससे थोड़ा सा कम discriminatory है when you exclude people from MBA colleges. ये specific colleges हैं. These are specific colleges. Okay, so A and E. After A, we have E, which means our answer will either be C or our answer will be E. Now check. After that, what should be the answer? After E, which one? Oh, sorry. I by mistake I marked number E. This is wrong. After A, it is E, which means our answer has to be C. Our answer has to be C. Yes, there is no other option. Our answer has to be C. Okay, after that A, E, B, C, D. A, E, B, C, D, but B is not mentioned. So even if it's not mentioned, then no problem. A, E, C, D. I think C should be the answer. Nikita? Yes. How is C discriminatory? How is C discriminatory? Let's see. The firm should have only one sales manager. So it is less discriminatory. It is less discriminatory because see, how do you have to arrange it? Nikita, you have to arrange it from most discrimination to least discrimination. सबसे ज्यादा डिस्क्रिमिनेशन किसमें हो रहा है? इन ए, आफ्टर दैट ई, आफ्टर दैट बी, आफ्टर दैट सी, आफ्टर दैट डी. How is there a discrimination in number C? There is no discrimination. There is no discrimination. So we can say there is least discrimination or no discrimination. Okay. So I think answer for this question should be C. Yeah, I think answer should be C. Yes, options are confusing. Absolutely. Options are confusing. Okay. And but yes, we'll have to work with whatever we have. So if this is clear, should I move to the last question for today, number 15? Number 15. Now, from science perspective, which option allows him to salvage his career prospects? So what should Cyan do? What do you think? Okay. The problem is that he should definitely settle. He should definitely, with the company that he's fighting, कुछ ना कुछ तो settlement करना ही पड़ेगा. He'll have to make some kind of settlement. Only then he'll be able to salvage his career prospects. But the question is, should he go back to that company? Should he go back to that company, or should he look for a job in some other company? That is the question. I think even if he settles with the company, but because there has been a legal battle, so the equation will change. In reality, the practical the working relations among all the people over there will change. People will not actually look at him in a very positive way, even though he has made a settlement. So I think number A is not advisable. Number A is not advisable. In fact, I think staying back in that company is not advisable. But when he leaves that company, yes, he should make some kind of an agreement. I think this is my perspective. Had I been an examinee, I would have marked number C as the answer. I would obtain documentation from the firm that highlights my performance and experience. I would abstain from legal action against the firm. I will make a settlement outside the legal system, and I will take a job in a totally different company. I think number C makes sense. Okay. Now number D में बाकी सब कुछ ठीक है, but why do you want to get a job in the sister concern? Remember, if you get a job in the sister concern of the firm, again, our board of directors common hai, the top level people will be common. So no matter how hard you try, it is human nature. Once you have raised a finger, once you are in a legal battle with a company, then the reality is that it's very difficult to get your same old equation back. So, I mean, there's a world of companies there. Why do you need to stick to that particular company? Okay. What if during the background check for a new firm, the older company messes it up, but then he has obtained the documentation which highlights his performance and experience. And see, because he has made a settlement, because he has made the settlement outside the legal system, I think any company if an employee, if there has been a trouble with an employee and that employee has made a settlement, then I think if anybody does conducts a background check, then because the settlement was made, I think it will not be negative. But even if even if you look at it from that angle, there's only one negative thing is that background check may possibly be negative. But if you remain in that company, every single day can be negative. Okay? Every single day can be negative, isn't it? Every single day, people may taunt him, the top management may create obstacles. So, isn't it better that he moves, he settles and he moves to another company? Think that is what I felt. Okay, that is what I felt. So, had I been in your shoes, I would have marked number C as the answer. What do you guys say? Yeah, better? Okay. So I think C is good. Yeah, some of them are confusing. Some of them because there's a lot of subjectivity involved. Some of them can be confusing. But on the whole, if you attend these practice sessions, then because we've discussed these kind of situations where a lot of subjectivity is involved, and when you listen to different viewpoints, then you will better understand कि हाँ ये right है नहीं right है. You will be better able to make a judgment. Okay. Okay. So that's it for today. We will meet tomorrow again. We will practice. Even though all these questions are available in the public domain, they are available in the public domain. But still, when we practice together, when we actually when we discuss it, then lots of things we understand. So we'll practice it here. Arvind, I'm getting confused in decreasing order and increasing order. So just like I did, what did I do? What did I do? See over here, most discrimination किसमें हो रहा है, least discrimination किसमें हो रहा है. Make it easier, paraphrase it. This question here also, which is the easiest to implement, which is the most difficult to implement. I think if you paraphrase it and you make this kind of a table, it will be easier. Well, okay. Decreasing order should be from highest to lowest. Yes. But decreasing order of what? Decreasing order of what? Decreasing order of the ease of implementation. कितना easy implement है वो decrease करेगा order में. So which one is the easiest? That is something which you have to put first. Okay. Yes, decreasing order is highest to lowest. Yes. Okay. Any other query that comes to your mind? No, Arvind. Easiest shouldn't be last. Of course not. Decreasing order of ease of implementation. Decreasing order. That means which one is easiest. That should come first. ये तो common maths है. Basic maths है. You're getting confused. Okay. Decreasing order कैसे होगा? ऐसे ना, like this. Yes or no? it will go like this. This is going to be the trajectory. Decreasing order क्या? Ease of implementation. Ease of implementation जिसमें highest है वो सबसे पहले आएगा ना. Ease of implementation जिसमें highest है, that will come first. So what does this mean? What does this mean? Ease of implementation highest means which one is the easiest? So simple. Okay, kind of quantified. Yes. Yes. Okay, anything else? Anyone? Okay, if there are no queries, then good night from my side. Take care. See you tomorrow, same time. Take care, all of you.
Good evening, everyone. Can you all hear me? Please respond. Nikita, Priyanka, Sonali. If you guys can hear me, please respond, all of you. All right. So let's start with the today's session. In the last session for the decision making also. In today's session, all the questions are based on the mathematical and the analytical. Okay. Usually the concept of probability. Like the first set itself, it is from the XAT 2007. You have already solved all the situational decision making. So this question was in the XAT 2007 in the decision making section. A set of 5 questions. All right. So let's start with the first of all these 5 questions, which involves a concept of probability also at the same time. Okay. So for these 5 questions, I'm giving you approximately 10 minutes. Okay. So you all can start now, and then after 10 minutes, we'll start with the discussion here. Okay. So please start. The time limit is going to be 10 minutes. 9:06, we'll start the discussion at 9:15. So please start. So should I start with the discussion now? Respond, all of you. Damini, Nikita, Priyanka, Sonali. Am I audible? Okay. 2 more minutes. Okay. Try then. You all hear me now? Please respond. So let's start with the discussion. What is the answer for the question number 1? The second best option gives a total time of. So can anyone tell me? Option C. That's right. So this was a easy one. So especially the first 3 questions were easy. Question number 2. What is the answer for question number 2? The correct answer for question number 2 is also option C. All right. So the correct answer is also option C. Okay. So let's start with the discussion here first of all. It says Ram Kumar, an overworked executive in Delhi, has to decide on the travel plan for attending his friend's marriage in Ajmer, Rajasthan. Barely managing to get leave from his boss, he has to make sure that he reaches at least on the day of the marriage. Since it has been quite some time since he got a break, he also planned to visit a few tourist spots so that he could de-stress himself after a year of demanding executive work life. As per his plan, Ram would start from Delhi. He would first pay a visit to Bharatpur. So from Delhi, he will go to Bharatpur. And then from Bharatpur, he will go to Jodhpur. And then after Jodhpur, he will go to Jaipur. That's it. Okay. After that, he would be up from Jaipur, then he will go to Ajmer, where friend's marriage would take place. Further, Bharatpur can be reached from Delhi by bus, taxi or train. The probabilities of reaching the destination on time made by each mode of travel. Ram reason based on the experiences. The probability is 0.65, 0.75 and 0.9 for bus, taxi or train. All three modes required 12 hours. Then similarly, from Bharatpur to Jodhpur, okay, from Bharatpur to Jodhpur, he would opt for travel by train, bus or private taxi with the corresponding probabilities of these three. The travel time he reasoned would be 12 hours by train, 16 hours by bus and 14 hours by taxi. And these are different mode of transportation and probability. And then Jaipur can be reached by from Jodhpur by either a flight, train, bus or taxi, and then their probability. So this is from Jodhpur to Jaipur. And then last one to Ajmer with a train, bus or taxi with the respective probability. And these are all the data it has been given to us here. So the first question, which was an easy one, it says the second best option gives a travel time for the entire journey. Okay, so if you count here, if you just write a list here, how much time it is going to take, let me write it down here. So there are three things, that is bus, taxi, train and flight. So I can say that is bus, taxi, train and the flight. Okay, now first step, Delhi to Bharatpur. Okay, so Delhi to Bharatpur, the bus is taking 12 hours, taxi is also taking 12 hours, train is also taking 12 hours. So now from Bharatpur to Jodhpur, if you write it down, so that is Bharatpur to Jodhpur, bus is taking 16 hours, taxi 14 hours, train is 12 hours and then there is no flight at all. Then from Jodhpur to Jaipur, so from Jodhpur to Jaipur, 15, 15, 10 and 2. And the last one is nothing but that is from Jaipur to Ajmer. So Jaipur to Ajmer, the time taken here is 5 hours, 4 hours and that's it. Flight, there is no flight is available. So if I count here, the least amount of time. So the least amount of time, if I consider bus, 12 hours here, not these 12 hours. So the minimum time, if I say minimum time is 12 hours plus 12, 24, 24 plus 2 is equal to 26 plus 4, 30. So the minimum time is nothing but that is going to be 30 hours. Is that part clear to all of you? If you add all of them, the minimum time it is going to be 30 hours. But I need to find out the second best. So after this, again, if you consider 12 hours in any case, I need to consider. So instead of 4 hours for the last stretch, Jaipur to Ajmer, instead of 4, if I take 5, can I say it will be comes out to be 31 hours? Yes or no? So that's why the second best option, it will take a total of 31 hours. So in the last stretch from Jaipur to Ajmer, instead of 4 hours, if I travel by bus or taxi, it is going to 5 hours. So the total hours will be now 31. So the second best option is definitely 31. So is that part clear to all of you? Can I move to the question number 2? All right. Now, it says due to winter fog, flights out of Delhi have become uncertain and unreliable. Okay. Given this constraint, the itinerary Ram should adopt to have the best probability of reaching Ajmer on time. Okay. So if I need to find out the probability, so then we need to calculate it here. So like first option, Delhi to Bharatpur by train. So when I say Delhi to Bharatpur by train, so the probability it is given as 0.9 into Bharatpur to Jodhpur by taxi. So the probability is 0.85. And then Jodhpur to Jaipur by bus. So Jodhpur to Jaipur by bus. So again, it is nothing but that is 0.65. And then Jaipur to Ajmer by train. The probability it is given as 0.75. And if you multiply, it will be comes out to be nothing but that is equal to 0.373 hours. Sorry, this is the probability 0.373. And the total time, if you add, it will be comes out to be 45 hours. Is that part clear? So here it will be probability is 0.373 and the total time it is going to take 45 hours here. Now similarly in the second option, if you multiply, this is 0.75, Delhi to Bharatpur by taxi 0.75, Bharatpur to Jodhpur by train, so the probability is 0.9 on reaching on time. Next stretch, Jodhpur to Jaipur by flight, so it is 0.85, and the last one by train, so into 0.75. Now, one of the important thing with this set is here, basically in question number 2, 3, 4 and 5. Okay. In all the 4 questions, the options are same. These are the five criteria basically. These are the five. In all the four questions, these are the only five questions. So if you find out the probability and time for one of the questions, you can do rest of the questions here. So if we solve this, it will be comes out to be nothing but that will be equal to 0.43, and the total time taken in this case will be equal to 30. Similarly, you can do it for option C. The probability will be comes out to be 0.547, and the total time in this case it is going to be 38 hours. In the option D, the probability will be comes out to be 0.516, and the time will be comes out to be, if add all of them, that is 40 hours. And in the last case, the probability will be 0.459, and the total time it is going to be equal to 34 hours. But the question is what? Okay, the RAM should adopt to have the best probability. So here it is immaterial of the time. In this question, time is immaterial. I just need to concentrate on the probability. So which has got a best probability, the higher probability of reaching, that is option C, 0.547. So is that part clear to all of you? Please tell me yes or no. Okay, let's move to the question number 3. 3 says Ram younger brother Shyam get to know Ram travel plans and want to come along. As against his brother Shyam enjoys scenery route. So Shyam enjoys scenery route here. Okay, scenery and route, and wants Ram to maximize the travel time. So here the criteria is that we need to maximize the travel time. So to maximize the travel time, we need to see here by which of the options, or in which of the, there are 5 options, so which of them can satisfy. So the correct answer for this question is, can anyone tell me? This was easy. You just need to maximize the time. So I think the answer is 1, 2, 3 and 4. All of them are going to take the same time basically. Okay, that can be done because also if you go back to the options here, we have already written time. So from Delhi to Bharatpur, whether you travel by bus, taxi or train, it doesn't matter, as all of them are going to take the same time. But from Bharatpur to Jodhpur, bus is preferable. So Delhi to Bharatpur, Bharatpur to Jodhpur, it's better that you should prefer by bus. So Bharatpur to Jodhpur, bus, bus, bus and bus. So in 4 of the option, it is bus. Okay. And in the first stretch, it doesn't matter which mode you choose. All of them are going to take the same time. So, okay. Then in the second is here. If I'm talking about Jodhpur to Jaipur, either I can go by bus or taxi. So Jodhpur to Jaipur, bus or taxi, both of them are taking same time. So bus here, taxi here, bus here, taxi here. So it doesn't matter, all of them are going to take the same time. And the last stretch here, either I travel by bus or taxi, both of them are going to take the same time, and this is also the maximum. So bus or taxi, it can be anything. So last stretch again, bus, taxi, bus and bus. So that's why this is the only first 4 are satisfying this condition. So the answer is option D. So is that clear to all of you? Can I move to the next question? Okay. Now 4th and 5th are slightly tough. Now just here. It says Ram, statistically oriented friend Rocky, disagrees that Ram should use only a single criteria for decision making. Decision making has to incorporate all the criteria together. That's what makes for a sound decision. Rocky gave his advice in most sagacious tone. How does one do that? Asked Ram. Simple. All you have to do is to give weight to the criteria and multiply the value of each criteria by its weight, and then sum all the product for each option. Rocky answered. Looking at the first look on the Ram phrase, Rocky gave an example. For each of the options, there are 2 criteria: probability of not making it to the wedding and travel time. So the probability of not reaching on the time, it is equal to 1 minus probability of reaching on time. So suppose you hit the possibility of not making to the wedding despite your best efforts. So let's give that criteria a weightage of 80%. And moreover, you also want to minimize the travel time. So let's give a weightage of 20%. So therefore, each of the person, you can sum the product of the value of a respective criteria with its weight and compare the sum for each of the options. So that is basically expected probability. Choose the option with the lowest total here. So what I need to do here, I need to multiply the weight to that particular criteria. So let's see. Okay. 4th statement. It says, as the foggy conditions in winter continue, flights out of Delhi have become uncertain, and unreliable. Adopting ROC is elementary decision-making framework. Which of the following itinerary should RAM adopt? So there are 5 itineraries. Okay, option A, option B, C, D, and E. So I can write down here that is option A, option B, option C, option D, and option E. Okay, so the probability of reaching them on time. Okay, probability that they will reach on time, that we have already calculated in question number 2. The options are same. All these options are same. So we can write down 0.373 and all these values. So I'm just going to write it down. So probability that they will reach on time in this case. First option, it is 0.373. Second one, it is equal to 0.430. Third one, it is equal to 0.547. And D, part D, it is equal to how much? 0.437, and I can say it was, I think, 0.516. And the last one is 0.459. So second case, probability that they will not reach on time. So probability that they will not reach on time, I say time bar, T bar. 1 minus 0.373. So 1 minus 0.373 is equal to 0.627. 1 minus 0.430, that is 0.570. 1 minus 0.547. So 1 minus 0.547, that is going to be equal to 0.453. Okay, 1 minus 0.516. So 1 minus 0.516, that is going to be equal to 0.484. And 1 minus 0.459, that is going to be 0.541. So this is the probability of reaching here. Now total time in days. First one, 45 hours. So I can say 45 by 24. Okay, that is comes out to be 1.88 days. For the second one, the total time, similarly we can calculate 30 upon 24. So 30 by 24, that is equal to 1.25. So we have already calculated the time, just divide them by 24, you'll get the values in days. So 1.25, 1.58 total time, and 1.67, and that is 1.42. Okay. Now, there are two things here. So we'll get all these values here. Probability of not reaching on time, that is given as, the weightage needs to be given as how much? 80%. Am I right? So let's give that criteria, a weightage of 80%. All right, and let's have a weight of 20% here. Okay. So 80% and 20% criteria, it is given to us. So what can we do now? So if 80% and this is given, so I can multiply this. What is 0.627 into 0.8? So can anyone tell me what is the value of 0.627 into 0.8? Okay, if you multiply 0.627 into 0.8, that will be comes out to be approximately equal to 0.5. Yes, 0.5016. So I can say that is approximately 0.50. So similarly, you can calculate for all of them. So for this, it will be 0.50. Then I can say this is 0.57 into 0.8. So 0.57 into 0.8, that will be comes out to be 0.46. So if you write down this is 0.50, 0.46, 0.36, then I can say that is 0.39 and then 0.43. These are the values here. Okay. Now, time here 1.88 and its weightage is nothing but that is given as 20%. So 1.88 into 0.2. So what is the value? 1.88 into 0.2. So 1.88 into 0.2, can anyone tell me? That yes, 0.376. So I can say that is 0.38 approximately. Similarly, in the second option, it will be 0.25 approximately, then 0.32 approximately, then 0.33 approximately, and then 0.28 approximately. Okay. Now, it is the sum of these two criteria. So if you add both of them, okay, let's say if I say this is X and this is Y, so I need to find out X plus Y. So the first option, it will be 0.88. The second one, it will be comes out to be 0.71. Third one, it will be 0.68. Fourth option, that is 0.72 and 0.71. So which has got the least one? The least one, that is 0.68. So option number C is the correct answer. So is that part clear to all of you? So a lengthy question. Any doubts, please tell me now. Because it is given, choose the options with the least total. So choose the option with the least total, lowest total. So that's why we have selected the lowest total is 0.68. Okay. Now, fifth, it says of the option listed below, which diagram most closely represents the contribution of each of the two criteria. The bottom portion of the bar chart represents the contribution of probability of not reaching the destination to the overall score for each of the options mentioned above. It means in the last question number. These are the 5 options. So for these 5 options, which of them is satisfying here? Okay. So when I say this is A, so this is basically this data, it represents option A of the previous question. This one is option B of the previous question, option C and option D and option E. So since we have already calculated here, the bottom one represents what? Bar chart representing the contribution of not reaching the destination. So if you look at here, like for this, not reaching the destination. So this is 0.50 and the total is 0.88. So what is the percentage contribution here of this? Can I say the percentage contribution is nothing but that is 0.5 upon 0.88. So 0.5 upon 0.88, what is the percentage contribution? It will be, comes out to be approximately equal to 56.82. Okay. So it is more than 50%. It is more than 50%. So in the first one, it is more than 50%. So on the, okay, not more than 50%. In fact, it is 56.82. So can you say, tell me which of the options might satisfy? I think option number D will satisfy, yes or no. This data, this is approximately 56.82. So either you can calculate for all of them and you can check one, but we can say that this is what it would satisfy. So that's why the correct answer is option D. This is the correct answer. So I hope that now this is clear. Any doubt? Now usually what I have seen over the trend over the last 10 years, okay, as you can see, 2007 to 2018, I've solved all the papers. You'll get one set like this, not all the set. Okay. So my advice is better to leave. Do the situational decision making. They are still easier than these type of questions. So can I move to the next set? Okay. Now 6, 7, 8, 9. This was asking XAT 2009. Rest all the questions have all been already discussed earlier. Okay. So XAT 2009. So 6, 7, 8, 9 again based on this. So please try. So 10 minutes. Okay. 9:37. 8 minutes. So we'll start at 9:45. So please try. Can you all hear me? Please respond. So a difficult set, a very difficult set. I'll prefer leaving this set here. But it's a decision are often risky, very confusing, often risky in the sense that their outcomes are not known with a certainty. Okay, presented with a choice between a risky prospect that offers a 50% chance to win $200 and an alternative of receiving $100 for sure. Most people prefer the sure gain over the gamble, although the two prospects have the same expected value. We already know the definition of the expected value, isn't it? That expected value is equal to, I can say that is probability of x1 into x1, yes or no, plus probability of x2 into x2 and so on. So in this case, there is a $200 and 50% chance. So 200 into 1 by 2, so the expected value is 100 rupees. In the second case, $100 and 100% surety, so probability is 1. So 100 into 100. So in both the cases, you can see the expected value is same. But still, people prefer what? People will bet their money on the 100% surety of getting rupees 100 or 50% probability of getting 100. Of course, on 100%, despite the fact that the expected value is same in both the cases. Is that part clear to all of you? Please respond. This point is clear or not? And the negative, the different things happens in when all the things are negative here. So expected value is the sum of possible outcomes weighted to their probability and here. So preference for a sure outcome. So like I say, there are two cases. In both the cases, the expected value is same, but still the people will prefer which one, of getting $100 with a 100% surety instead of getting $200 with a 50% surety. So preference for a sure outcome over a risky prospect of expected value is called as the risk averse. So such type of the thing is known as risk averse. Indeed, people tend to risk averse when choosing between the prospect with the positive outcome. So whenever there is a positive outcomes, people will basically be risk averse. The tendency towards risk averse can be explained by the notion of a diminishing sensitivity first formalized by the Daniel Bernoulli in 1738. Just as you can see, as the impact of a candle is greater when it's brought into a dark room than into a room that is well lit. So you already know, if you go into the dark room which is very very dark, the impact of candle is greater. But if some room is already lighted, so the impact of candle is going to be very very less here. That is known as Bernoulli's theorem. So suggested Bernoulli, the utility result from a small increase in wealth will be inversely proportional to the amount of wealth already in one possession. Which means, for example, if someone who is already earning in 1 crore, okay, let's say who's earning a 1 crore a month. So if I give him a 10,000 to that person, and then there is another person who is earning, let's say 50,000 per month. But if I'm giving 10,000 to that person, so where will be impact more? Of course, to the person who is already earning 50,000 and if he is getting a 10,000. So it will be more impactful in comparison to the person who is earning in crores and receiving 10,000. So this is what it says here. Okay, this is the meaning of this statement. It has since been assumed that the people have a subjective utility function, and that preference should be described using expected utility instead of expected value. So there is another definition that is known as expected utility. According to expected utility, the worth of a game offering 50% chance to win $200 is 0.5 into utility value of 200. So here, like we are multiplying by 0.5 into this here, where U is the person's concave utility function. A function is concave or convex if a line joining 2 points on the curve lies entirely below or above. It follows from a concave function that the subjective value attached to a gain of $100 is more than 50% of the value attached to a gain of $200. Okay, which entails preference for sure 100 gain. Okay, so let me hence risk aversion. So let me explain this thing with the help of a graph. So just a minute. Okay, now, so if I draw a graph like this, the concave function, the graph of the concave, it is like this. Okay, so if I say, let's say this is 100 and this is 200, this is dollars, and let's say this is 800 and $900. So if we plot the graph here, so you can see how much it is changed here. Okay, so this is nothing. If I say this y-axis is nothing but basically subjective utility. So if I say this value is equal to x and this value is equal to y, so increase of 100 in $100 and the increase of 100 in $800. So you can say the subjective value here, the y is nothing but it is greater than x. Is that part clear to all of you? Okay, an increase of $100 in 100 is much more impactful than an increase of $100 in rupees 800. That is known as the subjective utility. So this is what has been given here, that the worth of a gamble offering a 50% chance to win $200 is this one. Okay, and a subjective value is attached to a gain of $100 is more than 50% of the value attached to a gain of $200, which entails preference for the sure 100 gain. Okay, similarly, we can draw it for the convex When it comes to the negative, the graph will be on a downward side. Okay, and then there is something known as the utility value. All right, so I can say like this or this here. Okay, so this will be known as the utility value, like utility value. If I say this is 100, this is 200, so there will be a certain utility values. This is known as utility values. So I hope that this part is clear to all of you. Now, next thing here, now consider now a choice between the losses. When asked to choose between a prospect that offers a 50% chance to lose $200 and the alternative of losing 100 for sure. So here again, expected value is same. So 50, like 50%, half into minus 200, that is minus 100. And here alternative of losing 100 for sure. So 1 into $100, it is minus 100. But still here the people will prefer to have an even chance of losing $200 or nothing over a zero. So when it comes to the loss, the thinking process is completely in a different direction. Okay, and this thing is known as the risk seeking here. So the impact of an initial $100 loss is greater than that of the next $100. So the same graph, if I plot it, it will be like this, or I'll say rather this, something like this. So you can see the impact, the small change in $100, and here it is minus 100. It will be much more impactful in this case. And this is known as the risk averse. So with the exception of prospect that involves very small probabilities, risk aversion is generally observed in choices involving gain, whereas risk seeking tends to hold in choices involving losses. And based on the above passage, analyze the decision situation faced by the three person, Babu, Babita and Babru. So whether this part is clear to all of you know, the meaning of risk aversion and risk seeking. Okay. So now coming to the first question here. Okay, so it says suppose instant and further utility. So it says instant and the further utility of each unit gain is same. So if the instant and the further utility of each unit is same, so it means that is only possible if that curve is nothing but a straight line. Okay, because it says instant utility as the further utility of each unit of gain. So even if I say, let's say if I move from 1 to 2, okay, or from here, let's say this is 3 or 4 or something like 5 and 6. So if I draw a line like this 5 and 6 and here 1 to 2. So in this case the gain is these two values, it is going to be the same. So if instant and the further utility of each unit of the gain is same, so it means this is not a curve, it's a straight line. So Babu has decided to play as many times as possible. He expected to live for another 50 years. A game does not last more than 10 seconds. Babu is confused which theory to trust for making decision. Okay, whether the expected value or expected utility. Can I say in both the cases we'll get the same thing? Because it is exactly same. So it doesn't matter whether you follow the expected value or expected utility. In both the cases it is going to be the same thing here. So what should be the answer? The correct answer is not C, but the correct answer is option E. So whether you go for expected value or expected utility, as it doesn't matter. So the response of Babu can be, Mr. Babu, I am redundant. What does it mean? When he says that Mr. Babu, I am redundant, it means what? That is, I am of no use. It means you can go for anything. It doesn't matter at all. So that's why the answer is A, B and C, which is option E. Is that part clear to all of you now? Okay. Next point. Now, Babita played a game where she had three options with the following probabilities. That is equal to 0.4 and 0.5 and 0.8 and 100, 80 and 50. So 0.4, if you find out the expected value in all the three cases, so I can say 0.4 into so 0.4 into I can say $100, okay, or maybe 0.5 into 80 and then 0.8 into 50. All of them are giving us as nothing but that is 40. So all expected value is same. So an expert has pointed out that Babita is a risk-taking person. So if Babita is a risk-taking person, so can I say she should go for the thing where the probability is very less? Yes or no? because she is a risk-taking person. So if she is a risk-taking person, she should choose that option where the probability of winning is very, very less. So in which case the probability of winning is very, very less. That is this one, option A, zero point 0.4 into 100. So is that clear to all of you? All right. Yes, Nikita, tell me. Yes, that's right. In the previous question, C means we can choose any one of them. That's right. That's why the answer can be what? Either you can select the expected value, you can go for expected utility. The question is not. The question is what should be Roy Associate advice to Babu? What should be the advice? So he can say, Mr. Rambu, Mr. Babu, I am redundant. So that can be the advice. It means you can go for any one of them. Is that clear? It is not that whether these are same. The question is what should be the advice. So it can be he can give advice A or he can give the advice B, or even if he give the advice C, it doesn't matter. All of them will give the same final value. Okay. Now, eighth. Continuing with the previous question, suppose Babita can play one more game. Which theory would help here? So in this case, the answer is data insufficient, because we do not know whether in the game which she is playing, whether she has won the game or lost the game. Everything depends upon that. Okay, whether in the previous game she has won the game or has lost the game. So the correct answer should be option D. Okay, can I move to the next question? Okay. Now, Mr. Babu had 4 options with a probability of 0.1. Now, Bablu choose the first option. So if we look at here, 0.1. 0.1 into 1000. So 0.1 into 1000 in the first one. 0.1 into 1000. Okay, that is equal to 100. Then 0.25 into 400. That is equal to 40. Again 100. Then 0.5 into 200. That is again equal to 100. And then 1 into $100. That is again 100. So the expected value is same in all the cases. And Bablu choose the first option. So Bablu choose the options in which the probability is very less. So if the Bablu chooses the option in which the probability of winning is very less, so what is there? Can I say Bablu is basically risk-taking person? So that's why the answer is option number A. So still a tough question. I'll say it's better to avoid. Ideally, this is something which should be taught in the XNRI once someone cracked the XAT. Okay. So is this part clear? Can we move to the next slide? Okay. Now 10, 11, 12, 3 questions. So for these 3 questions, I'm giving you 6 to 7 minutes. So please start, all of you. Okay. Okay. So this was an easy set, isn't it? So can anyone tell me what is the answer for question number 10? Please tell me. Just a minute. Option D. No. The answer is option A. Okay. This says which of the following are the reasons for Jet Airways not doing well? Okay, not doing well. So that is rising ATF prices and reduced passenger load. Okay, these are the 2 options which is mentioned there. Okay, if you go back to the data here, let's say it says here. Somewhere it has been written, let me read that line here, where it has been mentioned here. Next slide, yes, I think it is given on the next slide. Yes, ATF prices and the passenger load. Not passenger load, but yes, reduced passenger load. So these are the 2 things which is given in the last line itself. ATF prices and the falling passenger load. So that's why these are the two reasons here. Dubai, but whether that is the reason, for dropping in the price, sorry, whatever the question, what the question is talking about here, which of the following for Jet Airways not doing well? So is that the going to Dubai, the engineers going to Dubai, is this the reason that the airlines is not doing well? The question is, what is the reason for airlines not doing well? So that is not the reason actually. Okay. It says Jet Airways, Air India and other domestic airlines had reasons to get worried as 24 airlines across the world had gone bankrupt on account of rising fuel costs. So that has been mentioned, that on account of rising fuel costs. So that is given here. But that is not the reason for bankruptcy. This is not the reason that the people are going to the Dubai. Nothing has been mentioned about that. They are just cutting the cost. That's it. Okay? It is also says fuel prices had doubled also. So consequently, the passenger load had fallen to and this one. So passenger load has been fallen here. That is the main reason. So the answer for this is rising ATF prices and this one. Service quality, staff traveling to Dubai. This is not the reason for Jet Airways not doing well. Even when the Dubai, when the people are traveling, even in that case also, when the engineers were traveling to Dubai, even in that case also earlier it was doing well, no? So right now the reason is because of the increase in the price and this. Okay. Question number 11. What is the answer for question number 11? Tell me. The correct answer is option number B. Now, it says, just see. Just a minute. Okay. We know that the total loss is nothing but that is 10,000 crores. Okay, we know that the total loss is 10,000 crores. What is the loss for Jet Airlines? That is 3,000 crores. That is also given to us. And in the passage, it is mentioned that Air India is suffering a loss of almost rupees 10 crore a day. Okay, rupees 10 crore per day. This is for the Air India. It is mentioned in the passage somewhere. Okay, so approximately in a year, that is 366 into, or I can say how much? 365 we can take it as, yes, 365 days, na? So 365 into 10, just do it. The correct answer is in fact not option B. 366 because it is year 2008, so there are 366 days into 10. So 366 into 10, that will be comes out to be equal to 3660. Is that clear? Because 2008 is the year. So for the rest of India, the total loss is nothing but that is 10,000 minus 3,000 minus 3,660. So if I solve this, this will be comes out to be equal to 3340. So the correct answer is actually option number D for Delhi, not option C. Is that clear now? Can I move to the next question? Okay. Question number 12. What is the answer for this question? The answer for this question is actually option B, data insufficient to reach the decision here. Okay, it says suppose fuel constitutes 30% of the revenue. Do you think the airline would be in a better situation by reducing the price? Now, if the fuel constitutes 30% here, if I decrease the price, so how it is going to impact? Okay, whether the number of customers, whether it increased, by what rate it is increased, whether there is an increase of 10% or 20% or 30%, we can't say. So that's why the answer is data insufficient to reach to this decision. Is that clear? Because we have no other data now. Because if even if the fuel is 30% of the revenues, but what about the other factors? So that is also we need to take care of. So that's why this is not possible. Okay, so can I move to the next slide? Next, last set. So last set, a very lengthy one. You can see slide number 21, 22, 23, a lot of data, 13, 14, 15, 16. So for these four questions, yes, tell me what is the doubt in question number 10? Tell me what is the doubt? Which statement you have a doubt? Tell me quickly, Priyanka, what is the doubt? Three lines above the last sentence. What is the three lines above the last sentence? Tell me. According to the analyst, Jet Airways could be looking at a combined annual loss of around rupees 3,000 if there were no improvement in operational efficiencies and ATF prices. So, what do you want to say? Tell me. They have a loss 8 crore. If they are stationed there, the airline would save rupees 8 crore. So this is what they are saying that they can save. But what is the reason behind? The question is talking about for airways, Jet Air is not doing well. This is not the reason. If the Jet Air is not doing well, so they can save the money by using this thing. But that is not the reason that Jet Airways are not performing well. Okay? That is not the reason that Jet Airways are not performing well. Alright guys, so let's move question number 13 to 16, 13, 14, 15, 16, 4 questions. I'm giving you approximately 8 minutes. So please start. Okay, so it says Koji Travels. Free tickets cannot be exchanged for kites or canned with anybody. Koji Travel will travel at its best to secure the free ticket as per the request. However, ticket confirmation is this one. So the few points which goes into the favor of the free Koji Travels is this particular point. That is option B, which says it can be transferred to anyone if they are not interested in using it. So there are two tickets or free tickets are available, and it's not necessary that the person who has booked the ticket that only that person, because it's not necessary that we are always traveling, isn't it, Nikita? So for example, we book the ticket. If the ticket is of no use, then we can give it to someone and that person can probably use it. So that's why this ticket has got more, sorry, this particular offer has more chances of becoming a popular. Is that clear? But they provide no surety that the ticket will be booked. No, that is nothing has been given. Everyone will get two free tickets, but the condition is what? Will try its best to secure the free ticket as per the request. It never mentioned that they are not going to give the tickets. It says will try its best to secure the free tickets as per the request. Okay. It never says that they are not going to give the ticket here. Confirmation is subject to. Okay, but this problem is actually it is happening in almost all the cases. Okay, but let me tell you that. Okay, just tell me one thing. If you got two free tickets and you are not traveling anywhere for the next 21 days or for 1 month or 2 months, so is that what can you use for those two tickets? Nothing. But at least you can give it to someone who is traveling. Okay, so that's the advantage. That is the reason. So if you are saying that is option number D, what is the option number D? Cashback offer from Easy Travel, because all other offers are restricted either in the terms of airlines to choose the or the period. So Easy underscore travel. If I go for Easy underscore travel, yeah. If Easy Travel offers 25% cashback on all air tickets booking between this to this. And the question is talking about, okay, using CC net banking here. The cashback amount will be credited back to the customer account within 21 days here. Maximum cashback is only 400 rupees per person. Okay, so that's the point here. Now again, the question is about the correct explanation. The explanation is not. It says Koji travels because it allows customer to use the free tickets even after option number D. Cashback from Easy Travel because all offers are restricted either in terms of the airlines to choose or the period of the offer. Now, if I go for the Easy Travel cashback offer, here the offer is up till 28th February. Okay, here the offer is up till 28th February. And what does it say? Cashback offer from Easy Travel because all other offers are restricted either in terms of airlines. The explanation is not correct. The question is talking about best offer and explanation combination. Cashback offer from Easy Travel. Why? The reason is that it will become popular because all other offers are restricted either in terms of airlines to choose or the period of offer. No, even for Easy Travels also they have the deadlines also. That is, this offer is only till February 28th. So that's why it is not the best explanation. Is that clear? The question is not only about which is going to be more popular, whether the explanation given is also correct or not. So it's not a correct explanation, it's a wrong explanation. Here the explanation is perfectly fine because it allows any customer can go, any person can go with those two tickets. So explanation is also important. So is that clear? Can I move to the next question? Question number 14. So what is the answer for question number 14? Anyone? The correct answer for question number 14 is actually option number 3. So again, these questions are lengthy and very time consuming. Okay. It says, suppose the offer from Cool Yatra become the most popular. So Cool Yatra has become very popular and the other two agencies have sought help from business consultation to make their offer more attractive. Identify. So if I say go for the Cool Yatra, let's see what is the offer of the Cool Yatra. Book any air ticket of any airline on coolyatra.com on or after this one and get your next ticket free. Okay. Under this offer, only the base fare of free ticket will be refunded by this one. Customer will have to bear this one. The value of base fare will be refunded to passenger this one. The free ticket, this particular free tickets can be booked only on Gaga air flights. The free ticket must be booked within 15 days of the booking the original ticket and the travel date of the free ticket must be 15 days. There must be a 7-day gap and this one. And the travel date and all these things are right. So the question is that which of the options can also here. So recommendation for the offer from the Koji table, reduce the number of free tickets to 1 instead of giving 2 tickets here. Okay. To 1 and applicable only for air ticket booking, but allow customer to book the free ticket from here into Gaga Air or comparable airline. So the restrict. Okay, Cool Yatra. The reason for Cool Yatra becoming popular is that free tickets and that can be only on Gaga Air. But if the people have got a choices between Gaga Air or any other airlines also, so don't you think it has becoming? It can be also popular. So that's why the answer should be option number C. Because we have an option of going to the other airlines, traveling airlines. So is that clear to all of you? Please respond. Okay. Question number 15. What is the answer for question number 15? The correct answer is option number D. It's like this entire set. It is like I'll say it is reading comprehension, isn't it? There are a lot of passages are there, 4 to 5 passages, smaller passages, and then we need to identify it. So yes. It says Jagan is appearing for a math exam on January 2, 2011 in a city which is not his hometown and he is yet to book the air ticket to reach his hometown from math center. Based on his math performance, he is confident and all these details are given and there are different conditions. So Now, first of all, if you look at here, Jagan, when it comes to the Jagan, the exam is on January 2011. Okay, that is the important thing. In a city which is not his hometown and is yet to book the air ticket to reach his hometown from the match center. Based on his match performance, he is confident about getting an interview call from the Institute of Choice within next 2 weeks. So, if January 2011 and contact the shortlisted contacts within the next 2 weeks with the venue details and the date of interviews. So, within the next 2 weeks. So, it means January 2 and plus 14, January 16. So by January 16 also the result will be out here. So interviews will be scheduled within 15 days from the date of the announcement, and the interviews will be within 15 days. So by 31st January the interviews they can schedule. Okay. Interviews will be scheduled within 15 days from the date of announcement and will be held at the respective institute. Jagan Hometown Match Center in Akashpur are connected by on the base fare. While visiting Akashpur for the interview, Jagan will have to put up in a hotel. So the minimum charges for booking a hotel and all these things are given here. All the three travel websites assures a minimum of one free air ticket. So everyone is giving one free air ticket for every booking. If Jagan has no other reason to fly, for which of them? So basically, the important thing here is that if I'm getting a free ticket from every travel agencies, but whether I can utilize those tickets within these, that is more important. Is that part clear? Okay. So because of this reason, you can eliminate BC. Like option number B, I'm going for a B says get the flight ticket and hotel booking from Cozy Travel. Okay. So Cozy Travel, but the problem with the Cozy Travel is what here? Okay. That the request for the free ticket shall be submitted at least 21 days in advance. 21 days in advance. So if his exam is on 22, let's say for this particular question, if the exam is on the 2nd and if he had got an interview date on the 31st or maybe 30th January, so 21 days in advance. So 21 days in advance. So 31 minus 21, 10th January. So he needs to book it by the ticket by 10th January. But is that possible? No, because the shortlist is going to come in the January 16th. So that's why option B is not possible. Is that clear to all of you? Please tell me. So that's the reason, because of this timing factor, you can eliminate of this option B, C, and E. All these three options will be rejected because of these timing factor. Okay, is that part clear? Okay. Okay. Now we are left out with two of the option choice: एक के साथ एक offer of easy travel and D, get the flight ticket from Cool Yatra. Okay. एक के साथ एक ऑफर. ना एक के साथ एक ऑफर तो ये भी कोई फ्लाइट टिकट से जस्ट when it comes to the date restriction in option A, एक के साथ एक offer of easy travel. So एक के साथ एक offer of easy travel, book an air spice ticket with an easy travel using any card and get another ticket absolute. The free tickets will be issued on this. The offer is valid from the sale from January 11 to January 31, 2000. The free ticket, 15 days prior. So that might be also the reason. So it's better to use option number, go with the option number D. Is that clear? All right. Okay. And the last question. What is the answer for the last question? Question number 16. The correct answer is actually option number C. It says Janki needs to reach Delhi on January 28 to visit her uncle and will return after 15 days. Janki found that the minimum fare for both the to and fro journey is rupees G 5,000, which includes the GS 1200 base fare. If all airlines connect Janki City to Chile and all three offers ensures minimum of one free ticket, then which of the following should she opt for? Base fare is 1200. So she is going on January 28th and for 15 days. So she will return probably on 12th February. Yes or no? And will return after 15 days. So January 28th, 15 days. So I can say 12th February is the returning. Okay. Now, so if you look at here, there are Cool Yatra offer and this one. Now, the problem with the Cool Yatra offer is that now in both the cases you'll be getting the same thing. Okay. But Cozy Travel offer and then Cool Yatra. In case of Cool Yatra, it is going to be get reimbursed after a certain time. Whereas in Cozy Travel offer, she will get an instant benefit. For example, if I'm talking about एक के साथ एक offer ना, so because of the date restriction, that is not possible. Again, if you go back एक के साथ एक offer, there is a deadline here that this offer is valid for only from this to this 31. So there is a deadline in एक के साथ एक offer also. Cashback offer for easy travel. And Cozy Travel offer. Another advantage of Cozy Travel offer is, if you go back, we have seen in Cozy Travel offer, you will get a 2 free air tickets also, isn't it? So basically, in both the cases, option C and D, there is the same benefit, but in option number C, she is also getting a 2 free tickets, whereas in the Cool Yatra offer, she will be getting only 1 ticket here. Is that clear? Please tell me. Damini, Nikita, Priyanka. In both the cases, the option number C. Now, option number A can be rejected because of the time restrictions. Remember, okay. Option number A can be rejected because of the time restrictions here. In option number 2, there will be a saving of rupees 800. Okay. Is this clear or should I discuss it or in detail? किसी option में doubt है तो. Okay, guys. So let's end the session. Now, the next thing which you need to do is you need to do a practice. So there are already, I think, 3 sectional tests of decision making are available on the website, isn't it? Test series में 3 sectional tests are there, and there are 6 tests of that also. So 6 mock of that also. So even if you get a time, try to solve all the 6 mock, or if not possible, then try to solve at least all the decision making section of all the 6 mocks. So 6 plus 3, at least there is 9 tests of the decision making that is available on the website. So please do that, all of you. And that's the reason we have tried to finish the decision making by 20th December. So there are, how many days are still there? 15 days are still there for that, isn't it? So next 15 days, you can utilize for writing the mocks and everything. You've got enough time. Okay. So chalo, good night to all of you. See you all tomorrow morning. Tomorrow's schedule I have already mailed to everyone, isn't it? I think I have mailed. Please check your mail. सुबह 9 9:30 से I think 9 o'clock probably the class is there for one QA.
music